system. From Iron Man, the counteroffensive begins. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Ruthless Water. Rentingting, who was talking to herself, seemed to have completely ignored the existence of Qiu Sheng and Wen Ke, which made the two of them very happy. Now they were sitting here, not knowing whether to leave or sit, and they were full of embarrassment. Before today, Ting Ting was not like this. Did she have something on her mind to tell Awen today? We came at the wrong time. Ting Ting, I would like to try the foreigner's French foie gras to see which one is better. Aros goose. Hey, Wen Ke, why eat foie gras? I'll take you to Yaranju to eat their signature dishes. Let's go. Even if Wen Ke had come to his senses, he was limited. At the critical moment, Qiu Sheng still noticed something was wrong and reacted quickly to hook Wen Ke's shoulders when he stood up and pulled Wen Ke, who was puzzled and wanted Rentingting to help introduce a girlfriend on the spot, and said hello and walked out of the store. Ting Ting, you haven't been to the charity cemetery for half a month. I thought you were in trouble. Now it seems that you have something to say to me, right? Most of the customers in the store have left. It is almost 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is time to close the store for lunch. Xiaohua hung a sign outside the gate that the business is suspended and dragged a group of shop assistants who wanted to find out the gossip of the owner to the backyard. As for whether to make lunch or go out the back door to find a place to eat, anyway, there are subsidies for 3 meals a day and the salary is not low. They can do whatever they want. The lighting in the store is very good. The entire entrance is designed with large windows and light transmitting designs. Although it is not as good as the floor-to-ceiling glass in the main world, where Luo Wen is, in the town of this era, more than 4 floors are considered high-rise buildings. The wide and bright streets also make it much easier to light. The comfortable and cool air is like installing a central air conditioner. This is also thanks to the wind chime magic weapon at the entrance. Otherwise, it would be too hot to go out, and you would have to sweat all over. Just the right temperature and comfortable body make Rentingting's shop always have a group of loyal customers who come to register for classes and punch in every day. Not to mention that customers who have come once will become repeat customers of Mirenju because of the high quality products and good shopping experience. Well, Brother Wen, are you planning to leave us? Biting her lip, Rentingting is not good at lying, especially when facing Brother Wen. It is even more impossible for her to use the tricks taught by others. The image has changed drastically. Rentingting, who is generous, dignified and elegant in front of outsiders, will become the gentle, cute and quiet little sister in front of Luo Wen. Alas, Ting Ting, I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. I have always regarded you as my sister. I hope you can find a partner who truly loves you and can give you a complete family. The water vapor filled the air. Compared with the steaming red tea on the table, Rentingting's eyes, that changed instantly, were undoubtedly more difficult to adapt to. Is it because I'm not good enough, or because I did something wrong, or because you, Brother Wen, have never liked me at all? Plop, plop. Crystal tears began to slide down from the corners of Rentingting's eyes, dripping onto the clean and sleek table, breaking into petals of tears. She tried to hold back the pain in her heart and restrain herself from crying out loud, but a trembling and gradually hoarse throat made the words she spoke sound like sobbing. I like you in many ways. My like for you is like that of a brother for his sister. You are beautiful and cute, and you are also capable of doing business on your own, far better than many men. However, love is not one-sided. It's not that you want it, and others will want it too. Live a good life, and time will always give you better things. Luo Wen was in a complicated mood. He couldn't tell whether what he felt for Rentingting in his heart was love or liking. However, Rentingting, who was just 19 years old, looked weak and petite. Luo Wen was very sure of one thing, that is, when he regarded her as a little sister, he occupied most of the time. As for wanting to stay here and promise her a home, which man, facing a woman who lives with him day and night, would not occasionally fantasize about it? But that kind of thought was also fleeting. Rationality was the true portrayal of Luo Wen. He did not belong here. Rentingting was just the first beautiful passerby he had met so far. She was not the only one, nor would she be the last one. As long as the system was in one day, Luo Wen would continue to shuttle through the myriad worlds. He was not a passionate person, nor a promiscuous person. The so-called monogamy was just a rule made by the big guys. Luo Wen certainly disdained it. However, Luo Wen did not want any relationship with the opposite sex, to be carnal or to be thrown into the arms of others. He had his own ideas and his own attitude towards feelings. If you can't take the responsibility of protecting her for a lifetime and giving her a bright future, then don't just accept other people's love because of a momentary soft heart. Fortunately, for Rentingting, who is now in tears, Luo Wen did not let her down, nor did he get too involved with her. Abiding by his duties is a kind of protection for both parties. Woo, but I like you. Is it wrong to like someone? Rentingting seemed to understand the determination in Luo Wen's firm eyes. She couldn't hold on any longer, buried her head on the table and burst into tears. She felt very uncomfortable, as if her heart was torn apart. She felt that the most beloved thing in her life was about to leave her, but she had no way at all, because all the ways had been exhausted. In a relationship, irresponsibility can be a kind of pain. Cheating and betrayal can also bring pain. You can see them every day. Everyone around them is optimistic about them, and they also think they are very suitable, but one-sided love is still a kind of pain. However, Rentington cried and vented, and when she looked up again, Luo Wen just looked at her quietly, with the concern in his eyes, but he didn't have the slightest intention to reach out and comfort her as before. Yes, he never said that he liked me. It was just my wishful thinking. Everyone's matchmaking overwhelmed Brother Wen's deliberate distance. I shouldn't use my own kindness to force him to like me. Brother Wen, then it's a deal. You will always be my brother in the future, and you must always remember that there is a sister named Rentingting in Lanshan Town. Well, I will remember that I have a kind and lovely sister, not only very beautiful, but also very sensible. Her name is Rentingting. Haha, Rentingting's eyes were no longer sad and reluctant after she burst into laughter. Maybe she put her love in a secret locked box, holding the key herself, and not giving it to anyone. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Patting Rentingting's soft little head, Luo Wen stood up from his chair and walked towards the backyard while talking. I want to eat the noodles you cook, the thin ones with a handful of green onions. Ahem. Wiping the tears from her eyelashes with a handkerchief, Rentingting also stood up from her chair, catching up with Luo Wen with an intimate look and tightly holding his arm. In the evening, the sun sets, and the sky is dyed with red clouds. Qiu Sheng and Wen K, who lowered their heads and eyebrows, still seemed to be a little bit unbelievable that Luo Wen was actually leaving here. Uncle, in the past 6 months, thanks to the care of you and the brothers, I have benefited a lot. Luo Wen's storage space is a secret, and he tried his best to protect it, so what he brought when he left now, is still a large suitcase and a backpack. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Wen, you are our Ocean disciple. When you are out there, please don't bring shame to our reputation. Well, forget it. The world has changed. I won't say any more about these rules and regulations. You must keep your original heart and take the righteousness of the world as your own responsibility. I hope to hear the good news that you have achieved the golden elixir in my uncle's lifetime. Parting is always sad. Even Uncle Jiu, who has rich life experience, was reluctant to say goodbye to his nephew. Thousands of words were transformed into a few short words of greeting. Wen. Take care, Wen, my brother, and I will miss you. After Luo Wen came to the charity cemetery, he not only took care of the two brothers in every aspect, but also because of him, the two of them stepped into the soul-nourishing realm and became Taoists who could set up their own schools. Now, even if Wen is leaving, he still left 10 yellow crocus for each of them. Such a junior brother, they really don't know what to say to him, what to do. They can only keep the gratitude and friendship in their hearts silently, and they will respond to him if he sends them again in the future. Uncle, brother, take care. See you again, if we are destined to meet. Luo Wen knows his own business, and destined to meet is really destined. Chapter 102 Legend. Luo Wen felt that the name of the system had influenced his own judgment. He thought it was a high-tech item that would allow him to constantly shuttle between the technological worlds, and then constantly collect various black technologies, and then bring them to the main world, to change the civilization process of the human beings on Blue Star. However, the end of science is theology. I don't know who said this, but in Luo Wen's opinion, it might make some sense. Whether it is technology or cultivation, they all lead to the same goal, but they are all for strengthening oneself, breaking through the limits of the body, and finding the end of life. It's just that the direction of development and external manifestations seem to be very torn and disharmonious. The development of science and technology allows everyone to grow and evolve, while cultivation and continuous pursuit of truth and breakthroughs only emphasize individual differences. In fact, the pursuit is no different. The poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. Isn't this a good explanation? In the 25th year of the Republic of China, warlords were still fighting in the land of China, and the people were living in poverty. Foreigners used foreign guns and foreign cannons to knock on the door of this rich land, stealing resources, cultural treasures, and everything, even people and land. When the spiritual energy was exhausted, and the destiny of humanity was in chaos, demons and ghosts, like foreigners, suddenly ran rampant in the land of China, making the civilians who were already struggling to survive even more frightened, as if they were living in hell. The old emperor in the capital only cared about guarding his own piece of land. Those warlords who recognized the government of the Republic of China did not know whether they were human beings or what. They had insatiable desires, talked about righteousness, but exploited and oppressed people. They were not enough to describe them as beasts. Anyway, standing on the clouds, the big guys will never touch the mud and filth on the ground again, but they seem to have forgotten that the ladder to heaven is a tree growing on the earth, built by the people at the bottom. In this year, Luo Wen successively killed the royal zombies and the hairy zombies in Lanshan Town. From a layman who knew nothing about Taoism, he broke through and promoted to the heavenly realm, just like a myth. Of course, living in seclusion in Lanshan Town, his deeds were only circulated in the Maotian sect and a close small circle. But in the summer of the 25th year of the Republic of China, in the rivers and lakes, in the troubled times, there was suddenly a mysterious young man, whose origin, and appearance were unknown. Some said he was the descendant of a hidden sect, and some said he was the incarnation of the Tao. All we know is that he has a handsome face and often shows himself in a cold manner. He specifically targeted those who did evil, from the kings and generals in the court to the demons and ghosts in the countryside. He treated them all equally, and sent down thunder from heaven to punish them. For a while, everyone was in danger, and the land of China was full of turmoil. The big men who had done all kinds of bad things wanted to spend money to avoid disasters and hire killers to kill people. Those with ulterior motives raised their flags and called themselves disciples of the heavenly thunder Dao, recruited many disciples, and took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, before they even started to show up, they were killed by thunder from heaven. The fake temple met the real god, and the result was predictable. However, there are also people with great righteousness who follow suit. For a time, their followers are like dragons, and their momentum is huge. They do not have a formal organization, nor do they have a so-called title. Wherever there is injustice in the world, there will be their figures. In remote mountain villages in the south, grasslands, and forests in the north. While practicing the righteous way of Xianli Zenren, they follow his footsteps, either to become his apprentice, or to seek the truth and solve doubts, or for self-salvation. It varies. Some have made a name for themselves, but more have fallen on the road of pursuing Xianli Zenren. They are not strong enough and their minds are not clear, so they just want to plead for the people. Even if Luo Wen heard it, he would only say you deserve it. But when he turned around, he would still find a place to perform a real thunder for those rampant people. Bloodthirsty, perverted, and evil. These are the names that some people give to Luo Wen. Kind, fair, and savior. This is another kind of praise given to Luo Wen by the common people. No matter if they are foreigners, ordinary people, or demons and monsters, Luo Wen will kill them all with a thunderbolt if they violate his morality. There are few people who are slandered or wronged. Under Luo Wen's eye of heaven, it is impossible to mistakenly kill people with luck. If you do bad things, there will be black clouds on your head. If you do good deeds, there will be white light on your head. Luo Wen does not judge a person's good or bad based on his own preferences, but the eye of heaven will not be wrong. The word of mouth of the surrounding civilians is also the best evidence. Kill one person, it is evil. Kill 100 people, it is a demon. Kill 10,000 people, it is a demon god. Kill 1,000,000 people, and the world will not dare to say anything more. Good and bad can be judged by others, but it can't stop the rolling thunder in Luo Wen's hand. Wherever he goes, the chaotic world will become solemn and clear. He has killed many and seen many, but Luo Wen's heart is not the slightest bit fluctuating, because just like when he first entered this world, he killed those flat-haired beasts, but that time he did it for himself, and now it's for morality. In the gray area, where there is light, there is darkness. Luo Wen doesn't believe this. If he meets a half black and half white person, he will still kill him with thunder, because good deeds are not enough to offset evil thoughts, and now he has seen it again. He gives such people a chance, but such people, when have they ever given innocent people a chance? Explanation: that is the way for bad people to die, but Luo Wen considers himself a good man. Above his head, the white aura of humanity was so strong that it was about to condense into substance. What about evil will be punished? Put down the butcher knife. Luo Wen was not a Buddhist disciple. How could he believe this? If he was wrong, let a stronger person wake him up. Unfortunately, such a person has never appeared. In the past 2 years, the strongest person Luo Wen met was only in the soul condensation realm. Oh, according to the orthodox name of the cultivation world, it should be called the fusion realm. Not to mention the cultivators in the heartbeat period, which is the heavenly realm corresponding to the Maotian sect. Even the soul condensation realm killer he met did not come with murderous intent. He was full of benevolence and morality, and was willing to die for the people of the world. He wanted to persuade Luo Wen to turn back and stop committing more killing sins. But when Luo Wen opened his sky eye, the sanctimonious old man had a dark head like ink. Or Thunder Dragon appeared on the spot and was awarded to the old guy. The generals who brought disaster to the whole province were not as evil as this old man. It is conceivable that he has lived for so long and still works hard for others. How bad is his character? In the past 100 years, how many evil things have he done that angered the gods and people? If there are too many injustices in a place, then kill all the bad people. If poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people, then turn the earth upside down and bury all the filth. If not everyone can be good, then let the thunder of the sky hang high to remind everyone all the time. If you do evil things, God will really open his eyes and punish you. The foreigners, but they relied on their broken ships and broken guns. They were much more afraid of death than the locals. Luo Wen only killed a few hundred people. They knew that it was impossible to do anything, so they began to support agents, and then took a boat to escape to other places around. Unfortunately, as long as they dared to sell out their country for glory, not only would they not be able to escape death, but those foreign masters who fled to the sea would not be able to escape either. However, if they crossed the ocean and retreated to their hometown, Luo Wen had no intention of chasing them. After all, it would be too time-consuming to go back and forth. The key point was that he might not be able to travel all over China within 2 years, so how could he have the time to meddle in the affairs of the foreign civilians? After the thunder rolled, in the 27th year of the Republic of China, Luo Wen secretly assisted many schools and built many factories. Where did the money come from? Of course, it was robbed. What about the technology? The foreign devils begged for mercy and offered it with both hands. Besides, the star intelligent brain that Luo Wen brought was not completely useless. The Shenzhou army supported by it was even more disciplined and constantly expanded its jurisdiction so that every newly joined province was quickly renovated. Unfortunately, Luo Wen's time was up. Ding. Mission completed. Forced to return in 12 hours. Please pay attention. Host. Renting Ting has not found her other half when K and Qiu Sheng have married and started a family, and little senior brother Jiao and Jingjing have finally married. Luo Wen received the flying crane message from Uncle Jiu and Taoist Simu, but only sent a gift, but did not show up. Because once the relationship between him and them is exposed, I'm afraid he will not be able to be hard-hearted and free from worries. Haha, 3 years have passed so fast. Luo Wen sat on a rock beside a waterfall in the deep mountains. The moist air was filled with more spiritual energy than in other places. The mission had been completed, and his worries were gradually put to rest. What he had to do now was, whether I can break through the giant realm depends on today. Boom. The white willpower all arc turned into flames at this moment, and then decomposed into the purest spiritual energy, pouring into Luo Wen's head. Anyway, these things may not be brought back to the main world, and Luo Wen didn't know what they could do, then use them to break through the realm. The crazy operation of Maotian Zhengfa made the liquefied spiritual power, which was already like mercury and thunder, accelerate again at this moment, and driven by the extremely powerful spiritual energy, the already condensed spiritual power finally underwent new changes. An invisible golden light spot appeared in the dungeon. The first time it appeared, the rushing spiritual power seemed to have found a place to pour out, and rushed straight into the dungeon. In the inner vision of the mind, the light spot that was originally barely audible began to grow, getting bigger and bigger, until all the spiritual power in the body was poured into it, and the outside world began to surge, and the spiritual power continued to gather in the whistling sound. Boom. Snap, snap, the steady golden sphere actually began to move automatically in the dungeon, and the pure, powerful, and far superior spiritual power began to feed back to itself, and it came out from the surface of the golden elixir that kept flashing Dao patterns, and then ran through the meridians and strengthened. Haha, done. System, open the personal panel. Host, Luo Wen race, human, level 0 technological civilization carbon-based creature. Abilities, strength 500, ordinary person 1, agility 500, ordinary person 1, stamina 500, ordinary person 1. Spirit 500, ordinary person 1, Maotian magic encyclopedia, divine consciousness, 500 meters, telekinesis, 5,000 kilograms, realm, golden core realm, Maotian orthodox method, talent, energy affinity, given by the system. Vitality. 1000 years trading points. 300 points storage space. 2 meter click, click, divine light emerged, and the whole body crackled, and the surrounding trees and weeds unexpectedly doubled in size out of thin air. This is probably the result of one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to the whole family, right? Luo Wen looked at the originally black figure in the sea of consciousness. Now, he had transformed into flesh and blood, and his image was the same as that of a human body. Moreover, due to the special position, he had transformed into a white-green Taoist robe with different golden runes flowing on it, which looked very mysterious and solemn. His eyes opened, as if he was looking at the consciousness of his original body. The stars were rotating, and the divine light was changing. Heh, Yuami. The Luo Wen and the Sea of Consciousness and the Luo Wen and the outside world actually kept the same frequency of lips, and said the same words. Goodbye Ting Ting. Goodbye Master. Goodbye Uncle Jiu. Goodbye. System. Return to the main world. A faint light flashed by, and Luo Wen's figure disappeared from this world. What was left was only the thoughts of those who cared about him, and all kinds of legends about him. Chapter 103 A Great Harvest. There was a rumbling sound 1 second ago, and the whole body was filled with water vapor in broad daylight. The next second, he returned directly to the room, of which he had a vague memory, the sofa, the bed, and the aluminum alloy windows with curtains drawn. Although it was pitch black outside, only the stars were twinkling, and the street lights illuminated the corners, but the familiar feeling came like a tide. Luo Wen's already strengthened thinking memory, even after 3 years, is even more impossible to forget that this is his home, his room. The residual smell of laundry detergent and washing powder, as well as the warm and beautiful familiar smell, made Luo Wen involuntarily feel a sense of emotion, as if he was in another world. On August 1st, 2020, just after midnight, Luo Wen crossed time and space again, and returned to his own world. Ding, learn Taoism for 3 years, slay demons and exorcise monsters, The task is completed, the data statistics and settlement are completed, and the rewards are distributed. Ding, return to the main world. The fixed reward storage space is increased to 4 meters. Ding, complete the difficult task, and reward 20,000 trading points. Random items are being selected. A level 4 material converter, insufficient storage space, waiting to be collected. A series of prompts sounded in Luo Wen's mind, and the newly appeared level 4 material converter instantly attracted Luo Wen from his fantasy of obtaining 20,000 trading points, and using a 10% discount coupon for a level 2 technological civilization warship. He quickly opened the system mall, and began to find the introduction of the level 4 material converter. The system has one bad thing, that is, it is aloof. If Luo Wen doesn't ask some questions, it won't answer them. But for some things, it also saves as much as possible, without a single redundant introduction. Level 4 items sound very impressive. As for the size of the storage space, there is a method for refining storage bags in the Maocean refining method, but the space stone has long been extinct. Where can I find it? There is no record of it in the book. Hey, I found it. Level 4 material converter, a product of energy civilization. Huh. It's not a product of technological civilization. Volume 5 meters in diameter. Sphere, internal reaction chamber volume. Size does not exceed 2 meters in diameter. Weight is not limited. Conversion efficiency 50% material loss. Ratio 2:1. Consumption time 1 second to 12 hours determined by the amount of material. Energy supply method. Energy extractor. Automatically obtained from the material. Price 20 million trading points. Damn, I made a lot of money this time. It can't be, because I'm in the zombie world. That kill a lot relationship? I'm afraid that only this explanation will make the system's random item reward so exaggerated. Haha. If his parents downstairs were not sleeping, Luo Wen would have laughed out loud. He was in high spirits when he was happy. He had just broken through the realm of cultivation, ensuring that his spiritual power was inexhaustible. Even if he returned to the main world, he could still be a land immortal. The system on this side also gave Luo Wen a big surprise. However, how should the material converter be used to maximize its effect? It was not even 6 o'clock in the morning. Luo Wen's family must not have had time to raise chickens. The key is that it is not suitable to buy chicks in the summer. Now, of course, it is the big rooster of the neighbor next door in the village who woke him up. Luo Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, woke up from his clothes, changed into short-sleeved trousers, put on comfortable and breathable sports shoes, and prepared to go downstairs to wash up. Shh, keep your voice down. I don't know what Wenzi is busy with upstairs these days. The lights are on every night. Don't wake him up. It was not bright outside. Ren Gixiang was carrying a rag, a mop, and a bucket, and went to the big house behind with Luo Deke to clean up. Rural people are used to getting up early, not only because of the habit of going to bed early, and getting up early, working at sunrise, and resting at sunset. Even in modern society, they still inherit this fine tradition for thousands of years. Besides, in the hot summer, once the sun comes out, it is too hot to work. Of course, you have to take advantage of the cool weather, and hurry to work. The workers had already left the villa in the back room. Although Zhao Wan called in professional housekeeping staff to clean and tidy up the villa before furniture was even moved in, the two old people still felt that they couldn't get enough of the huge courtyard and empty rooms. They wished they could go in and clean it every day. His feet landed silently, and his mind was restrained, but his extraordinary 5 senses still allowed Luo Wen in the stairwell to hear the noise of his parents leaving the house quietly. Ahem. Mother of the child, Wenzi came down by himself. I didn't wake him up. Haha, Wenzi, why do you get up so early every day? I saw you didn't even turn off the light when you went to the toilet at night. Don't overwork yourself, okay? He was handsome and tall, and full of energy. Even in the half-bright morning light, Ren Gixiang still found Luo Wen more pleasing to the eye and full of satisfaction the more she looked at him. But this was nonsense. As long as her own son had a promising future, which mother would be uncomfortable with her son? Well, Dad, Mom, isn't the house behind closed every day and cleaned? What are you doing? After not seeing each other for 3 years, Luo Wen's eyes seemed to be full of stars. I don't know if it was the gathering of divine light or the condensation of water vapor. Unfortunately, for the two elderly people in the family, Luo Wen today is no different from Luo Wen yesterday. It seems wrong, even if there is no light in the living room, but Rengixiang and Luo Deke always feel that Luo Wen gives people a different feeling than before. His facial features have become more delicate, and his skin is faintly radiant. There is no change in his figure, but his temperament, yes, temperament, is as deep as the sea, as warm as the sun, and as gentle as the wind. After not seeing him for one night, are they dazzled? Well, the house is big and dusty, and someone needs to clean it up every day. Besides, your dad and I are willing, and we like it. The better Luo Wen becomes, the happier Rengixiang and Luo Deke will be for him. How can they ask questions and keep asking? As long as they are sure that he is their child. Parents are willing to give everything for their children, as if it is natural. Luo Wen was also full of emotion at this time, not knowing what to say. Then you guys slow down. I'll come over to help after my morning exercise. Well, okay. Haha. Good morning, Uncle Wenzi. You're up so early for a morning run again. Haha, it's good to get up early and exercise. Uncle Bo, Auntie, Uncle. The neighbors on both sides of the village are all Luo Wen's relatives, some within the 5 degrees of mourning, and some outside the 5 degrees of mourning, but there are only 10 families in total, so the relationship is naturally quite familiar and harmonious. Even if there were occasional trivial conflicts in the past, the Luo Wen family is no longer the same as before, and there are 2 grown-up brothers who would be jealous and who would dare to cause trouble for Luo Wen's family for no reason. Beautiful mountains and rivers, simple folk customs. Besides, now is not like before. There are still armed fights. Working to make money is the first priority. Isn't the colorful city more attractive than the day-to-day rural life? Without impulsive young people in the village is lifeless. Even if Luo Wen wants to find a peer to chat, it is difficult to do so, let alone a conflict with others. Chapter 104 Adjustment. At 7:30 in the morning, Luo Wen finished his morning lesson. The sky was bright at this time. The bright yellow sun also removed all the morning dew and scorched the whole earth. Dad, Mom, I'm here. The open doors and windows were already clean. The cloud-patterned marble floor on the first floor could clearly reflect the human figure. The house was well lit and there was still some air freshener in the air. The smell of the new house was not completely dissipated. According to the supervisor Zhao Wang, it is not best to ventilate the new house all the time, but to keep it properly ventilated and remove the smell. The best environmentally friendly materials are used, and it is actually very important to maintain the humidity in the room. Oh, your dad and I have almost finished cleaning up. You take a look. We'll go back and make breakfast first. Haha, Luo Wen knew that his parents were always hardworking and would never listen to his instructions. I've cooked the noodles and are heating them in the pot. You can go back and eat them. Hey, Kit, you're getting more sensible. Luo Wen was alone in the empty luxury villa. He walked from the basement to the large terrace on the top floor. Looking down at the courtyard and layout at the back, the general structure has been formed, but there are still many details that have not been perfected. Starting at 9 o'clock, gardeners and workers will come to the construction one after another. These are another group of people, and they are all doing detailed work. Zhao Wang also comes to check the progress from time to time. The shed has been demolished, and there are no workers living here. This is my new home in the future. It is also the rural villa I have always dreamed of. Finally, my dream has come true. Haha. The roof has a whole piece of solar panels, which are protected by tempered glass and an automatic cleaning device. It can be used as an energy supplement for the entire building. According to the average sunshine duration of Luojia village, there are only about 240 days a year, with an average sunshine of 8 hours. It can replenish 10 degrees of electricity a day. No more. With the current civilian technology and the size of the roof area, it is impossible to have more. Before those workers come, I can also use the skills I have learned in the past 3 years to improve the livable environment of the village. Without taking the elevator or jumping down from the balcony where no one could see, Luo Wen walked up the stairs honestly. His spiritual consciousness covered the entire back mountain, and according to the size of the spirit gathering array, he looked for the appropriate array base nodes. Then, rustling, 64 array base jade cards appeared in front of Luo Wen, and under the control of his mental power, they were deeply buried 100 meters below the village. After 2 years of walking in the zombie world, isn't Burma in the southwest rich in jadeite? Luo Wen also realized that the gold bars he brought back from the Iron Man world last time were a bit too eye-catching. Although the Zaya government does not have such strict supervision on gold trading, the storage space is limited, so of course he has to get something with higher value and smaller volume. But he didn't expect that this time. The 2-meter storage space, which brought back half of the gold and half of the most exquisite jade, seemed to be a pile of meaningless waste in front of the level 4 material converter. Now, as long as Luo Wen is willing, he can use any material with more than twice the weight to convert the treasures collected in the storage space. Alas, it's a pity that he wasted some extra time before. However, these are nothing. No matter if they are meaningful or not, since they are brought back, they can be recycled. What are the imperial green, violet, yellow, red, and black? Luo Wen selected them according to the best of the glass species. As for the petrified shell, it has no value. In fact, in order to facilitate carrying, Luo Wen used the magic sword to cut the jadeite raw stone and only took the jadeite essence. Moreover, it was cut according to the cube. As for the waste, there are many such stones in the mountains without people anyway. He doesn't care whether it is a pity or a waste. Luo Wen made the extremely precious gemstone into the array base jade card last night. He didn't feel bad at all. He also made a few amulets for his family, which can cure diseases and keep healthy. Of course, he also made some simple gadgets, but because of the material, they were mixed with spiritual power and carved with magic array runes. Each one is a master's masterpiece. Especially the magic instrument works that Luo Wen made with the refining technique, which have various magical effects. Outsiders can only use money, and it is impossible to buy them. Money is unlimited, but immortals are rare. There is no spiritual power on Blue Star, and the inheritance of cultivation has long been extinct. Even if there are immortal cultivation techniques left, no one will lead the entry, and there is no spiritual power to use. It is just some waste paper that will not break for thousands of years. Boom. An invisible wave, as Luo Wen's spiritual power activates the formation, gradually covers Luojia village and the area within a radius of 1000 meters. The hot summer seems to be isolated outside the formation. The gathering spirit formation has the additional effect of regulating the environment. It can also allow people who live in it for a long time to gain the benefits of longevity, clear mind, and vigorous energy. Of course, if there is a supplement of cultivation techniques, who knows if there are people with cultivation talents in Luojia village? However, gathering spirits, there is no spiritual energy between heaven and earth. How long can the gathering spirit formation last? When the spiritual energy in the 64 array base jade cards is exhausted, it will turn into dust because of the lack of spiritual energy replenishment, and the magical grand formation will naturally dissipate. Isn't Luo Wen's actions meaningless? Does it mean that he has to replenish the spiritual energy of the grand formation every once in a while? Haha, of course not. In order to return to the main world and have spiritual energy to promote his own cultivation, Luo Wen burned all his luck just to achieve the golden elixir road. Since he has such a mental preparation, he certainly can't be stupid enough to use the original gathering spirit formation. This redesigned grand formation with some runes changed should actually be called the modified gathering spirit formation. On the basis of absorbing and gathering spiritual power, after many attempts and researches by Luo Wen, it finally changed its characteristics of absorbing spiritual power, and instead absorbed and transformed natural energy, such as light, wind, heat, and energy existing in nature, and finally turned it into spiritual power that can be absorbed and utilized by the human body. Rather than saying that Luo Wen set up a spiritual gathering array, it is more appropriate to say that it is a transformation array. Just like demons and ghosts, they have blood evil gas transformation array and yin and yang 5 element array. Hulu. Oh, Leo Luo, why do I suddenly feel like it's getting cooler outside? Sitting on the carved wooden bench in the living room, Rengik Siang and Luo Deke were just sighing at Luo Wen's cooking skills, which were getting better and better. It was as if she had sensed the changes brought about by the activation of the array. She couldn't help but stop eating noodles and talking to Luo Deke and calmed down to carefully feel what had changed. Oh, it's true. Is it going to rain? But the two turned their heads and looked outside. The sun was still shining. There was no sign of wind and clouds. I don't understand. Forget it. It's not like there's going to be any disaster. Besides, the chickens aren't crowing, and the dogs aren't barking. There's no news report on TV or mobile phones. By the way, I heard from Xiao Wang yesterday that Wenzi will transfer money to their company today, the first. Although others said it to the workers, we still need to pay attention. Remember to remind Wenzi. Oh, okay, I get it. Do you still want to eat? There's still a bowl in the pot. I do want to eat, but forget it. I still have to lose weight and keep in shape. If Wenzi and Woozi bring their girlfriends back one day, I have to consider the image of my future mother-in-law. Chapter 105. Going to exchange money again. Luo Wen still has most of the jadeite of all sizes left, at least 3 tons. As for the other half of the gold, it is a full cubic meter. Although there are gaps in the placement, it does not reach the maximum density of 19.32 tons, but before it is put into the space, it is also weighed and counted, a total of 15 tons. In addition to the jadeite and gold, the remaining space is the Star Smart computer that Luo Wen has always carried with him, and the Star Battle Suit, but now they are all sorted out by Luo Wen and locked in the room on the 2nd floor. After all, with his current cultivation and physical fitness, the battle suit is only for commemoration, far more than practical. Of course, if Luo Wen obtains higher strength materials and more advanced technology in the future, he can certainly upgrade the Star Battle Suit. On the contrary, he had to find a place to deal with the golden jade. He originally thought that more than 60 million was already an exaggerated huge sum of money. As a result, after more than a month of work, he got his driver's license, but he hadn't bought a car yet. The house was built, but he still hadn't paid the balance. Luo Wen was also the first person to create a system traverser. Luo Wen didn't plan to sell the gold anymore. According to the last sale price, it was 6.3 billion. Not to mention that the jewelry store might not have so much liquidity. The key point was that it was too eye-catching. If someone investigated him, wouldn't it be a troublesome thing? Not to mention how bad the impact would be, but Luo Wen was most afraid of trouble, so he would keep it and slowly take it to other worlds to use as trading currency. The level 4 material converter with a diameter of 5 meters had no place to be placed now, so he could only keep it in the pending state. The key point was that Luo Wen didn't know what to convert it with for the time being. By the way, after paying off the remaining balance today, Wang Meng will notify the workers not to come to work. Luo Wen doesn't need them for the remaining detailed work now. Not only are they not as efficient as himself, but the constant coming and going of people makes Luo Wen feel a little troublesome. Wow. Click, click. Luo Wen walked out of the villa gate. The windows and doors of the 2nd and 3rd floors were also half open and half closed. He has mastered multitasking and telekinesis control. Mr. Zhang, I will transfer the balance to you this morning. Tell the workers not to come. I will pay the money. Whoosh. After sending the WeChat message, Luo Wen walked towards the old house. He had a lot of things to do today. It's almost time to go out now. Sell some of the jadeite, then go buy a car, see the little girl I haven't seen for 3 years, and the poor but strong single mother. By the way, should I call Luo Wu and ask him to go with me? Or, after buying the car, go see him and meet his girlfriend? Ding. Okay, Mr. Luo, I'll tell Xiao Wang. Although it was not time to go to work, Zhang Gong replied very quickly. He didn't say much, knowing that Luo Wen, a young man, didn't like to be long-winded and didn't ask the reason, so as not to cause dissatisfaction among big customers. Besides, Luo Wen was willing to pay, so did he have to ask workers and masters to complete the task? Boom, riding a motorcycle on the wide cement road. Luo Wen's short hair didn't move at all. It was not because of the pressure of the strong that suppressed the disturbance of the airflow, but because he put on a helmet. Obviously, the scenery in front of him was no different from before he left, and the changes were minimal. But Luo Wen just had a feeling that things were different and people were fresh. Because in 3 years, whether it was Luo Wen's mentality, his perspective on the problem, or even the existence of divine thoughts, he needed time to adapt to the new self and feel the familiar and strange world. Still on the minibus, Luo Wen was carrying a big backpack. He looked relaxed and carefree, which made people around him think that he was carrying only cotton or light clothes. But in fact, after Luo Wen sat in the window seat, the things inside were jadeite weighing hundreds of kilograms. The quality of the backpack was protected by Luo Wen's telekinesis, otherwise it would have been broken, and the bottom would have been exposed, and the things would have fallen out. Looking around, the ticket girl turned into a middle-aged aunt with a warm face. At this time, she was asking Luo Wen where he was going in a friendly way. "Handsome boy, where are you going?" Haha, the last time the girl took the initiative to leave him her contact information, Luo Wen just threw it into the trash can. Now she seems to be a little unwilling. What is he going to do? "Oh, I'll go to the passenger center." Here, Luo Wen handed over 5 yuan, and his face also showed a relieved smile of the past that could only be recalled. "Well, the ticket is torn. Sit carefully and take care of your things." The old lady gave such a kind reminder. Why didn't I see other people getting this treatment? Changing trains again. Luo Wen went out to get on the train at 8:30, and it took him almost an hour and a half. At 10 AM, he finally got to the entrance of Jinfu Jewelry in Langyang district. There was no way. Luo Wen was a nostalgic person, especially for a place he had been to once. As long as he thought it was okay, the first thing he would think of next time would be that place. To be honest, gold is not like jade. As the saying goes, gold has a price, jade is priceless, although I don't know if there is any water in this saying, but gold has better liquidity, and jade circulation depends on the situation, and has its own limitations. Just like jade, only the cultural circle headed by Xiaguo can accept the concept that it is a top luxury product. In the Western world, gems and diamonds are more popular. But gold is a precious metal recognized by the world, and its price is basically highly unified. If Luo Wen wants to sell the jade in his hand at a high price, then the place where he should appear should actually be the jade trading market. If someone bids, he can sell more, right? It's just a pity that there is no big jade trading market in Lake City, where Luo Wen is, because this is not produced here. It's either the southwest border or the super first tier cities of Xia country. But Luo Wen is too lazy to travel far. Besides, as long as it is a material existing on Blue Star, it is no different from soil to him. Selling less or more has no effect. Jade is generally sold according to different grades, and the price is discussed by piece. For example, how much is a bracelet? How much is a pendant? But Luo Wen doesn't care about that. With these he carries, Luo Wen has enough confidence. Even if he sells it by gram, the merchant is willing to accept it. After all, if you really calculate it, the density of jade is not as high as that of gold, but its price is at least thousands or tens of thousands times higher. The more positive the color and the better the water quality, the higher the price. 1 gram of gold will not exceed 500 yuan, but a top quality glass type imperial green bracelet can be sold for over 100 million yuan. Its weight is generally around 60 to 70 grams. Those over 100 grams are rare, because it wastes too much material, and it is difficult to increase the price of a single piece. If the finished product is auctioned, it will be far more than this number, because jade is also classified as a kind of cultural plaything. It can be used as simple jewelry, and has potential cultural value. If you meet someone who likes it, you will really buy it at a premium. In addition, in modern society, it is becoming increasingly difficult to mine top quality jade raw materials. As the people become more and more affluent, the market demand is becoming more and more vigorous. It is really hard to say how much sky-high price Luo Wen's backpack of top quality jade will sell for. Luo Wen carried 4 boxes of 30 x 30 cm cubes. The 4 stones alone weighed about 360 kilograms, and with the boxes and backpack, it easily reached 400 kilograms. How was he going to explain to people later that he could walk around the streets carrying hundreds of kilograms of heavy objects? I was born with supernatural powers and extraordinary bones? Or I only sold 2 pieces and said the other 2 were empty boxes? Oh, what a miscalculation. Chapter 106 Shock. Welcome to Jinfu Jewelry. Is there a familiar salesperson here? Oh, are you Mr. Luo? Oh, isn't this the big customer who came last month? The single noble that everyone has been discussing for a long time. The more Saturdays there are, the more people in the store are than usual. After all, the jewelry industry is also a service industry. Besides, the more they sell, the higher the sales, the higher their commissions, and the greater the chance of meeting a rich man who goes out to spend money. The salespersons who can work at Jinfu Jewelry are all beautiful women with flexible minds and outstanding appearances. They naturally understand the future life and the 2 days off in front of them. Compared with the 2 days off in front of them, which is more important? Well, hello, is your store manager here? He was more handsome than before, but his clothes were still ordinary. Although they fit him better, they were all popular brands. If I had tens of millions of dollars, of course, I would be. But these were not issues that a small salesperson like her should worry about. When the receptionist at the door heard Luo Wen speak, he was very enthusiastic and quickly took Luo Wen to the VIP room. While staring at Luo Wen with fiery eyes, he did not forget to call their store manager Wu Yuru on the intercom. Manager, a guest has arrived. I'm taking him to the VIP room now. Come and greet him quickly. Click. Oh, Mr. Luo, I didn't expect that you have become much more handsome after not seeing you for a month. Haha, please sit down. Wu Yuru walked into the VIP room in high heels, twisting her slender waist. She greeted him happily and closed the frosted glass door with her backhand. The saleswomen who were originally serving customers in the store suddenly became absent-minded. Their movements and professional terms slowed down. They could not help but turn their eyes and ears to the VIP room, as if they could hear what the store manager and the young handsome man were talking about. Manager Wu, you are too polite. Do you accept jade here? Wu Yuru, who originally wanted to be more polite and find out some information about Luo Wen, was also thinking about it. She instantly changed her friendly and polite attitude and put on a professional and serious expression. Is it a rough stone, a finished product, or a half-gambled material with a window? The reason why Wu Yuru asked this was because few people would bring fully open jade materials to sell, because who doesn't want to sell their things at a higher price? Not to mention that the current jade market has always been in urgent need of high-end jade raw materials, but there is no shortage of wealthy buyers. Words are not enough, seeing is believing. Bang, a heavy wooden box was placed on the table by Luo Wen. He stretched out his hand and motioned Wu Yuru to open it herself. Before leaving, Luo Wen also searched for relevant information about jadeite trading on his mobile phone. Although it was very messy, he also extracted some useful key points. Before being processed into finished products, jadeite is tightly wrapped in a weathered stone shell. In other words, jadeite is originally a kind of stone. It is only because it looks good and is liked by people that it has value. Of course, as a carrier for storing spiritual power, engraving runes, and serving as a array-based jade card for a large array, Luo Wen also thinks it is very useful. To get complete Oriel jadeite, first of all, you need to dig it manually in the jadeite mine. I heard that small excavators have been used in modern times, but they are all in deep mountains and old forests. Not only is it difficult to transport, but the country that produces this beautiful stone is also in constant war and warlord separatism. The more difficult it is to obtain, the more popular the jadeite market is, and its price is rising. Raw stone refers specifically to the jade raw material dug out from the mine. Whether there is jade in it is still unknown. At this stage, we can only rely on manual experience to judge whether it is jade or waste stone inside the shell. The scientific and technological means are still not up to standard. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. The uncertainty of jade raw stone has not only given birth to a special trading method, the jade trading market, but also professional stone gamblers who make a fortune from it, as well as many unlucky people whose wives and children are separated. Rough stone is also called full bet. In the case of not knowing whether there is jade, people will bid and rush to buy it, just based on the external performance. If you bet on the rise, everyone will be happy and get rich overnight. If you bet on the fall, you can only blame yourself for your lack of experience and bad luck, and pay the tuition fee in vain. Half bet, that is, the raw stone with a window opened. This kind of raw stone has been confirmed to contain jade, and then it will flow into the jade market. Of course, it is only a small window that is opened, and there are still risks, because you don't know the direction of the jade under the window, and the specific quality. Moreover, jade merchants cannot bear the risk and loss by themselves, and help customers eliminate those raw stones without jade in vain. The half-gambled raw stones with windows are naturally more expensive. Moreover, since the jade merchants sell them, they may be stones that they are not sure about. How can ordinary gamblers have such sharp vision as jade merchants? However, at least they will not return empty-handed. It can also be regarded as letting those who have money, but cannot get in, have the personal experience and sense of participation of gambling on stones. Therefore, in recent years, half gambling has gradually become popular. Of course, the excitement of full gambling is greater, and all kinds of explosive news that are popular are also emerging in an endless stream. Everyone is more willing to watch others play this, and is willing to spend less money to realize their own dream of economic freedom. This is the best imperial green, and its glass type. The green light seemed to be reflected from Wu Yuru's eyes. Such a beautiful and lovely color. This is the most breathtaking jade raw material she has seen since she started working. A raw material, not a window, nor a finished product. It's actually a whole piece of top quality material. Ah, no way, no way. Click. Wearing white gloves, Wu Yuru picked up the strong light flashlight that was always available in the drawer, stared with wide eyes, and even used a magnifying glass. That's right, that's right. Remove the mat around the box and shine the light in. The inside is also green and pleasing. This piece of top quality jade is not only the best in appearance, but also the best she has ever seen in her life. Not to mention, such a large piece of fully opened material. Is it really unheard of and unseen? Wait, it can't be faked with industrial raw materials? Or is it just the lid on the top that is real, and the bottom is actually spliced? Haha, why do you have to be so cautious, Manager Wu? Can't you see it more clearly if you pour it out? Luo Wen looked at Wu Yuru, first with his mouth wide open, a look of disbelief, then his eyes blurred, as if the jade had attracted all his attention, intoxicated by the beautiful fantasy, and finally cleared his mind, and showed a puzzled and alert expression. When he was an ordinary person before, Luo Wen was good at observing details, and studying the changes in people's expressions. Now he has gone a step further. Without waiting for Wu Yuru to make a request, Luo Wen had already spread out the mat, and then personally turned the jade weighing dozens of kilograms upside down on his hand. After lifting it on the mat, he slowly moved his palm out, and finally picked up the brocade box directly. It wasn't that Luo Wen had to be so careful. It was mainly because the item was too heavy. Luo Wen didn't want his unusual behavior to attract the attention of the woman opposite him. More importantly, he directly flipped it over. Wasn't he afraid that the cautious woman opposite him would feel sorry and blame him, saying that he had damaged the top jade? Such a large piece of material. Mr. Luo, you really opened my eyes. You don't want to sell this whole piece of material to our jewelry company? It was square, and without any gaps or cracks. From top to bottom, the color was integrated, revealing the uncanny craftsmanship of nature, and it also gave people an unusually comfortable visual enjoyment. However, who was the guy who was so wasteful and cut this piece of material into this ghost shape? How much precious jade meat had to be cut off around this square shape? Alas. Wu Yuru blamed the big-handed cutting master in her heart, but she didn't know that Luo Wen, who thought he was simple and easy to carry, was the object of her complaint. Of course, I'm not selling it. Why would I show it to you? Ah, is he really planning to sell the whole piece? Well, Mr. Luo, I'm afraid we'll disappoint you with this piece of material. His tone was extremely low, as if something he loved was about to leave him. Although Wu Yuru had only admired this treasure for a few minutes, she really couldn't bear to part with it. Why? Luo Mingming clearly saw the fanatical love and satisfaction of the woman opposite him. Why didn't he seem to plan to buy it now? With the quality of this piece of material, any bracelet would probably sell for hundreds of millions. This whole piece of yours weighs at least more than 80 kilograms. Not to mention hundreds of billions. At least tens of billions will still be sold. I'm afraid our jewelry store can't afford it. Who wants to let a business slip away when it comes to the door? What's more, if Wu Yuru can negotiate a deal worth tens of billions, the company headquarters will at least give her a vice president and share dividends. However, imagination is always beautiful. Which international chain jeweler is bigger than Jinfu Jewelry? Its market value is hundreds of billions. If it takes this piece of material, it will surely become the industry leader. But without the cash flow and the diamond, she can't say that she will pay in installments or take the material to the bank for mortgage settlement, right? Wouldn't that be taking the customer as a fool? Ahem. Luo Wen suddenly realized that he had underestimated the price of jadeite. There are huge differences in the information on the internet. Isn't it said that the price per gram is about tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands? How did it suddenly soar to nearly a million? It's just that the jadeite Luo Wen took out was of too high quality, and it was a complete big material. The price Wu Yuru said was the company's purchase price. If Luo Wen found someone to make the finished product and then sent it to the auction company for bidding, the price would at least double. As the manager of Jinfu Jewelry, she had a good professional ethics, so of course she would not take the initiative to tell the customers these words. If Luo Wen asked her, that would be another matter. After all, she could still distinguish between career and friendship with a billionaire. Alas, it was a pity that she had made a mistake last time. She did not expect that this young handsome guy actually had such a strong financial power. With such a large piece of top-grade jadeite, he would not have some connections in the southwest, right? Otherwise, how could such a large piece of material flow into Xiago? Haha, Manager Wu, don't bother two people with one thing. Since I have taken it today, I don't plan to carry it back. Your company should give me a plan first. If I can accept it, I will leave the material with you. Luo Wen was embarrassed. He almost put all the remaining 3 pieces on the table in one breath. Fortunately, he was careful. Fortunately, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. The mood is like riding a roller coaster. I was still feeling regretful and uncomfortable the second before. Now, it's like I'm in the clouds. I'm so excited that I'm about to burst. Oh, okay, please sit down first. I'll call our boss. Wu Yuru's face was flushed with excitement. She didn't shy away from Luo Wen. She picked up the phone and started to make a call. Her slender fingers couldn't stop trembling slightly. It was not nervousness, but excitement that could not be suppressed. Hello, Mr. Chen. I have received a big customer here. Yes. You are in Langyang district. Oh, that's great. Don't worry, I will definitely treat the guests well. Okay, I got it. Haha, Mr. Luo, the boss of our company, is inspecting work in Langyang district today. Please wait a few minutes. Mr. Chen is almost at the door. Oh, okay. It was because he was afraid of trouble that Luo Wen found the acquaintance he had dealt with before. It was just that he miscalculated that what he regarded as a stone was such a precious treasure in the main world. Oh, if I had known, I would have cut the volume into 10 parts and just brought one over. Chapter 107. Mr. Chen. The record holder for the heaviest jadeite is still lying in a deep mountain mine in a small southwestern country. Due to current conditions, it is impossible to transport it out intact. Unless technology advances, or it is split, it will never be known what kind of jade or waste residue is hidden in the 3,000-ton raw stone. The giant jadeite that has been transported out, cut, polished, carved, and polished is currently basically preserved in Xiago. The jadeite guanine ranked first in the Guinness World Records has a total weight of more than 38 tons, but it is only large and heavy, and its appearance and water quality are just jade. The price depends entirely on reputation and gimmicks, and the price is 680 million. Compared with the top quality jadeite in Luo Wen's hand, it really is what is called same person, different fate, same thing, different price, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. A black Maybach S600 stopped at the entrance of the mall. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie, wearing a famous watch, had a scholarly demeanor, but now he looked anxious and nervous. As soon as the car stopped, he opened the door and got out. The female secretary with him, and the bodyguard in the front passenger seat seemed to be surprised at what happened to the boss today. Did he have a stomachache? Or was it because of the phone call he just received? Click, click, click. The middle-aged man went straight into the store, and the intellectual female secretary who was carrying a briefcase and wearing frameless glasses followed behind him in high heels, twisting her slender and straight flesh-colored stockings. Seeing that her boss was invited in with the respectful voice of the greeters, the female secretary in a professional suit had no time to take out her umbrella and open it. "Hurry, Akun, follow the boss." The voice was very pleasant and the tone was very peaceful. The fierce bodyguard in black remained unmoved, even though the temperature outside the car was nearly 40 degrees. He still wore a pair of black sunglasses, a suit and a tie, nothing missing. After Akun nodded to Secretary Xiaoli, he strode after his boss. Chen Jingnian, 45 years old, male, is a current general manager and helmsman of Jinfu Jewelry, and is also the successor of the founder Chen Jinfu. He is not the first, and there are two older brothers above him, but they are uneducated and incompetent, so they were passed 20 years ago. Chen Jingnian took over the banner of the family business from his father. However, compared with the previous small jewelry store and the current chain brand, it is undoubtedly the credit of Chen Jingnian, who has received professional training and made drastic reforms. Shrinking in a province, not to mention world class, even in Xiago, Jinfu Jewelry is only the leader of the second echelon, and it is still a little short of the first tier brands. On the surface, it seems to be very prosperous. It is one of the leading jewelry companies in Kaianhu province, with more than 100 franchisees and a total market value of more than 10 billion. However, being located in the inland of Xia, it has neither the trade advantages of the coastal areas nor the conditions of being close to the raw material market. The reason why Jinfu Jewelry can develop to its current scale is not only due to institutional reforms and adjustments to the business model, but more importantly, when Chen Jingnian took over the family business, he happened to catch up with the high-speed train of Xia's economic takeoff. However, with the opening of the international market, those international jewelry giants with a market value of hundreds of billions have entered the domestic market together. They are counting on US dollars, and the current exchange rate is 7-to-1, so they can easily take out tens of billions of dollars in working capital. And what about Jinfu Jewelry? It is just a small shrimp of 4 or 5 billion US dollars, and this is the market value. The working capital of several hundred million is already the limit. The purchase channels are now repeatedly squeezed by competitors, especially high-end gemstones and jade products, which are not monopolized by giants. Jinfu Jewelry, even if it hires excellent management and design talents, gold is always gold. Its premium is limited. Diamonds can be artificially synthesized, and its popularity in the Xia country market is also decreasing year by year. On the contrary, jade and gemstones, these natural minerals with limited reserves, are highly sought after by the domestic market. As the general manager of Jinfu Jewelry, Chen Jingnian deeply understands one thing. Going forward, the company can go further, but going forward, it will be a bottomless abyss. The blood and darkness behind the fiercely competitive jewelry industry are far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. What is doing business? What is done is the market and channels. The confrontation in the market can be varied and depends on each person's ability, but what about the channels? The jewelry industry is not in the hands of the Xia people from the source, but in the hands of the Western capital crocodiles. This is the case with jade, gemstones, and even gold and silver. Foreign countries have absolute control over the right to speak. Chen Jingnian now heard a piece of news, a piece of amazing good news that was enough to make Jinfu Jewelry break free from its own shackles. Someone wanted to sell top quality jadeite, a piece of glass type imperial green raw material weighing dozens of kilograms. If this was obtained, the reputation of Jinfu jewelry would surely resound throughout the country and abroad. Having a reputation means strong strength, and the ability to bargain with channel sources is also stronger. The market will also follow the same principle. Whoever has a greater reputation, consumers will choose to spend more money to buy goods of the same quality. With money, a virtuous cycle can continue, allowing Jinfu jewelry to embark on the path of a world-class brand and compete with those international giants on the same stage. Mr. Luo, our general manager Chen is here. I'll go to greet him. Please sit down for a while. Through the glass door, a figure was shaking outside the door, approaching quickly. Wu Yuru, who guessed the identity of the visitor, also got up from the sofa, opened the door, and stood respectfully at the door. Mr. Chen, the guest is inside. Well, I didn't keep you waiting for long, did I? Fortunately, Mr. Luo is relatively young and doesn't like too many polite words. He is very interested in handing the materials over to our company. When Mr. Chen discusses the plan with him later, it's better to show sincerity. Wu Yuru is the manager hired by Chen Jingnian. He has always been very confident and trustful of her character and professional skills. But now, why does it feel a bit like she is speaking for an outsider? Regardless of so much, through Wu Yuru's body, Chen Jingnian also saw a very young figure in the house, sitting steadily with his back to him. He waited until the bodyguard and Xiaoli caught up, and then strode in together. Haha, hello, I'm Chen Jingnian. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. He was gentle and polite, not aggressive at all. But think about it, if Wu Yuru's description of Chen Jingnian is true, the jade in the young man's hand, he will instantly be among the world's top rich people, and even Chen Jingnian himself may not be able to compare with him. After all, the difference between wealth, company market value, and cash is still very large. His mind was turning around, and his thoughts and ideas flashed one by one. However, the beautiful and attractive green on the customized glass coffee table still made Chen Jingnian's heart beat faster, and his expression was also stunned for a moment. This is not true. It is even worse than before. Hello, Luo Wen. Even if Luo Wen was unwilling, he could not be afraid of people or stage fright. With a calm face, he stood up and simply shook hands with the visitor. Haha, click, the things in the house, of course, the fewer people know about it, the better. With her boss in charge, Wu Yuru felt much more at ease. She closed the door with a smile on her face, and then asked the boss and Luo when to sit down. Mr. Chen, Mr. Luo, sit down and talk. Chapter 108 Negotiating the Price. Young, how can he be called young? He is just like a young man who just walked out of the school gate. However, his eyes are as deep and unfathomable as the sea, and his temperament is as steady as a mountain. Not to mention his handsome appearance, Chen Jingnian, who claimed to be a romantic and suave man when he was young, felt a little ashamed when he saw the young man in front of him. Xiaoli and Akun stood behind Chen Jingnian, one on the left and one on the right. They also switched their eyes between the jadeite on the table and the young man's face. Even though they were used to big scenes with Mr. Chen, they still felt a little uncomfortable with the scene today. Wu Yuru sat on the left side of Chen Jingnian, with a smile on her face, but she was still a little worried. She didn't know if she could successfully win the business today with the boss present. Mr. Chen, don't you plan to verify the authenticity yourself? Chen Jingnian, who is elegant and of ordinary build, has a look in his eyes and a demeanor that looks like he has walked through many storms. His handsome face, suitable for both young and old, is also very consistent with the image of middle-aged uncle that crazy girls in society are obsessed with. Oh, Mr. Luo can be seen to have an extraordinary background, and manager Wu has also verified it. I believe in her professional ability. Haha, what a company boss who knows how to use people and trusts them. Luo Wen couldn't help but think of Ren Fa, a hypocritical businessman. In comparison, Chen Jingnian in front of him meets Luo Wen's standard for an entrepreneur. As for his extraordinary background, that's right, he is indeed of an extraordinary background now. The VIP room was temporarily used as a negotiation room. The jadeite on the coffee table in the middle was weighed by Ahem, the 175 centimeters tall, well-dressed bodyguard. The electronic scale showed 89,120 grams, or 89.12 kilograms. Chen Jingnian was no longer at the age of being clumsy and impulsive. It was just the heat in his eyes. He looked at the jadeite, as if he was looking at a peerless treasure, and could not leave it for a long time. In his heart, he calculated the value of the jadeite. He believed in Wu Yuru, but it did not prevent him from judging the potential value of the material with his rich experience. Although he did not study appraisal, he certainly could not be a complete layman in the jewelry industry. The advantage of being well informed was that his intuition was particularly accurate. This jadeite was not only real, but also of surprisingly high quality, and it was worthy of the word rare in the world. About 180 pairs of bracelets, pendants, and ring faces can be taken out, which should be more than 2 or 3 times. Those edges and corners can also be turned into beads and made into strings of necklaces. If it is based on market conditions, at least 90 billion yuan can be sold, but it is impossible to release a large amount within a year. It takes time to slowly flow into the market, otherwise it will be unfavorable for the price to rise. However, even if the company is mortgaged to the bank, plus working capital, 10 billion yuan is already the limit. What conditions should be used to keep this rare treasured jade material? Mr. Luo, I wonder how much you expect to sell it for. Since it is a seller's market and his own strength is not good, Chen Jingnian did not bother himself anymore, but returned the decision-making power to Luo Wen. He wanted to say 10 billion and ask if the other party could accept it, but he certainly couldn't say such a thoughtless thing. Not only would he fail to reach a deal, but he would also offend a powerful and mysterious young man for no reason. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Of course, I also know the value of this piece of jade material. It's not something our company can afford at once. If you believe us, we are willing to provide consignment and processing services, and then only charge 10 points. Huh. Mr. Chen is so generous and generous. Not to mention Xiaoli and Ahem, who expressed that they didn't understand their boss's behavior. Even Wu Yuru had a strange expression for a while, and then slowly let it go. In the end, the reason why Mr. Chen showed such goodwill was entirely because his own strength was not equal to the value of jade. If this piece of material was finally sold for 100 billion, 10 points would not be a small amount, not to mention the huge reputation and advertising effect that Jinfu Jewelry brought because of this top-grade jade. Rather than saying that Mr. Chen was giving a plan, it would be better to say that he was trying every possible way to make Luo Wen willingly keep this jadeite. For this reason, he would rather ignore the price standard for purchasing jadeite and let Luo Wen directly set the price, and even proposed a cooperation method of selling and processing on behalf of others and only taking commissions. Think about it. Auction houses may charge a handling fee of 10% to 20%, while their huge jewelry dealers can provide additional services such as sales and processing, and only charge 10%. Obviously, Chen Jingnian has already burned his boats and put forward his greatest sincerity. By gram, 800,000 per gram. If you can accept this price, I will keep it, Luo Wen said calmly and casually patted the dazzling jadeite. What? 800,000. It's not too much, but this price is far lower than Chen Jingnian's expectations. However, this young man is probably not an outsider. Why does he sell it by gram? Never mind, these are not important. If it is really by gram, Chen Jingnian will nod and agree to the price he can accept, even if it is 1 million. After all, in the current jade market, a piece of unparalleled treasure of such quality is really hard to come by. It's just a pity that he is still unwilling to choose the second cooperation method. Chen Jingnian himself, of course, does not want to pay cash and choose the cooperation method of cash on delivery. Liquidity is a constant source of money. If all the family assets are spent at once, and there is a little accident, whether it is the company or the processing and sales of this jade, their Jinfu jewelry will probably be ruined. However, since Chen Jingnian has decided to give it a try, he has also made the mental preparation of if he fails, he will die. Mr. Luo, we can accept this price, but can we discuss the payment method? His attitude was a little humble, even close to pleading, but Chen Jingnian had no choice. After all, even a penny can make a hero stumble, not to mention the huge funding gap of tens of billions now. Oh, I heard from Manager Wu that your company does not have enough working capital in its account. How about this? I will give you 2 years, a total of 3 installments, 5%, 35%, and 60%, and pay me on this day every year. Can you agree to this? Luo Wen didn't want to be so kind, but he was already here, and the architectural firm was waiting for the final payment. And he went out with his driver's license today, so he had to drive the car back. He didn't want to change to another jewelry company that he had never dealt with before, or run around outside the province. It was too troublesome. Besides, Chen Jingnian and Wu Yuru in front of him were both trustworthy partners. Why add more uncertainty? Sell less, then sell less. Anyway, Luo Wen can have as many stones as he wants. Okay. Thank you so much for your understanding, Mr. Luo. So, Xiaoli, go to the nearby Xinyu restaurant to make an appointment for a table of the best food and drinks. By the way, let the company's finance department calculate all the working capital as soon as possible, and then transfer 5% of the payment to Mr. Luo's account. Chen Jingnian almost jumped up from the sofa and then gave Luo Wen a big bear hug, but he held the other's hand tightly and didn't let go for a long time. Luo Wen also saw Mr. Chen's excitement and joy at this time. Why was he so excited and enthusiastic? It should be that they had reached a cooperation. The working capital in his hand just met Luo Wen's requirements. I'll call now to congratulate Mr. Chen. Haha. Congratulations to Mr. Chen and Mr. Luo. Today's cooperation has been reached. I must toast a few glasses. Xiaoli put down his briefcase and went out to make calls and draft a contract. Wu Yuru was also beaming, knowing that this cooperation had been reached, and Mr. Chen would definitely not treat her badly. No, I don't like drinking. Print out the contract, and I'll sign it. I have something to do later and I'll leave. Luo Wen's expression was not as cold as at the beginning, but his smiling face was full of seriousness in rejecting their banquet invitation. Okay, then I'll find another opportunity next time. Mr. Luo is so broad-minded that I'm really ashamed of him. Compared with Luo Wen's young face, which was full of calmness, Chen Jingnian really felt that his character and key cultivation skills were far behind him. But this is not surprising. Luo Wen is a half-immortal person. In the early morning of this morning, he was also excited about the level 4 material converter. Chen Jingnian is just an ordinary person. He suddenly signed a multi-billion-dollar business. It would be really strange if he was not excited. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Signing a Contract. Party A is Jinfu Jewelry, and Party B is Luo Wen. For jewelry companies, there are fixed contract templates for purchase agreements. Besides, Jinfu Jewelry is very efficient. On August 1st, 2020, Party A purchased a piece of jadeite raw material held by Party B, with a total weight of 89,120 grams. Party A and Party B agreed to trade at a price of 800,000 yuan per gram, and Party A paid 5% of the payment on the date of contract signing, and the subsequent 35% and 60% were paid on August 1st, 2021 and August 1st, 2022 respectively. The main terms of the contract are clearly listed, and Luo Wen reads 10 lines at a glance. It may seem to outsiders that he just glanced at it casually. After confirming that it was correct, he wrote his name neatly with a big pen. Ding. When Luo Wen was just sent to the door of the store by Chen Jingnian and his subordinates, his mobile phone also rang with a text message reminder of bank arrival. 2.85184 billion was deposited in real time, and 20% personal income tax was naturally required. Jinfu Jewelry has a finance department, which of course saved Luo Wen the trouble of paying taxes himself, and these are net income after tax. Mr. Luo, do you really not need me to send a driver to give you a ride? Oh, no, I don't like to be too polite. You guys go ahead. The enthusiastic people made Luo Wen a little uncomfortable, especially when a group of young women in the store were staring at him intently. It made him feel like Tang Monk's meat. Why? They all wanted to pounce on him and take a bite, right? With a wave of his hand, Luo Wen left the jewelry store with a large backpack on his back. Manager Wu, why does his backpack look like it's still filled with something? Chen Jingdian didn't realize until this moment that something was wrong with Luo Wen. Oh, when I saw Mr. Luo taking things out of his bag, there were indeed 3 identical packaging boxes inside. However, each piece of jade weighs nearly 90 kilograms, and he carried it all the way, so his physical fitness must be very good. Mr. Chen, you don't think that his 3 boxes are filled with the same top grade jade, do you? Haha, indeed, I thought too much, haha. By the way, as the hero who facilitated this big deal, I have to thank you, Manager Wu, today. Xiaoli, the table for dinner has been booked, right? Well, of course I dare not disobey what Mr. Chen told me, haha. The intellectual beauty, seeing that her boss was in a good mood today, also made a witty remark, then let's go eat together today. Manager Wu, you and the employees will celebrate in the evening. All expenses will be paid by the company. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Haha. Luo Wen didn't care much about how Chen Jingnian repaid Wu Yuru, and how Jinfu Jewelry would promote the top grade jadeite had nothing to do with Luo Wen. Because the sales contract was signed, the price was fixed. Whether the jewelry store made a loss or a profit, Luo Wen's income would not change. Oh, I didn't expect that a piece of stone would be much more valuable than gold. If it were in Iron Man, no, that world is already modern, and no one knew about this at that time. Luo Wen, who was cheering in his heart, walked on the side of the road in the scorching sun. In front of them all was the entrance to the subway, and Luo Wen also walked down. It was getting late. He was printing contracts and signing contracts. It was almost 11 o'clock. Luo Wen was still in a hurry to go to the 4S store to buy a car. Luo Wen went in with a big bag on his back through the toilet at the corner of the underground passage. When he came out, he had nothing in his hands. There were no cameras in the toilet anyway, so Luo Wen would not be stupid enough to carry a few big stones around the streets. A piece of jade can be sold for tens of billions. Although the market is good, Luo Wen does not plan to continue selling things. After all, no matter what he does, 2.8 billion is enough for him now. Whether he starts a company or spends money, or Luo Wen is a homebody, the balance is enough for him to do whatever he wants. Actually, with the existence of the star intelligent brain, Luo Wen can completely use the internet to invade all the banking systems on Blue Star without anyone noticing. As long as it is a dead account in the bank account that has not been accessed for more than decades, he can directly transfer the money in it to his own account. However, the network traces and the unknown source of a large amount of property are also a big trouble. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Luo Wen doesn't plan to do these illegal behaviors. Anyway, the money has arrived now. It was earned by selling stones, and the source can be checked. As for where the stones came from, Xia country does not have such a rule that citizens have to hand over things they dig up at home to the state. Of course, Luo Wen said that he dug it out from under the homestead when he built his house. The gold that was sold was a circulating precious metal and a consumer product, so Luo Wen didn't pay taxes last time. Luo Wen could still explain that it was buried in his hometown and passed down from his ancestors. The law protects such private land and ownerless things. Luo Wen is still not afraid of others' investigation. He didn't steal or rob. He has no bad record in the main world, and he is exempt from political review when joining the army, because Luo Wen's deceased grandfather was a martyr. Rushing as fast as he could, Luo Wen appeared at the Automobile World in Jiangling district at 11:40 noon. This is one of the major projects specially built by the Jiangling district government to attract investment. It was officially opened to the public at the end of last year. Not only are there more than 40 world-renowned brands settled in, but also different areas are divided according to price, ranging from urban commuter cars and two-door electric cars with a price of tens of thousands of yuan, to A-class family cars with a price of about 100,000 yuan, B-class cars with a price of hundreds of thousands of yuan, luxury cars with a price of millions of yuan, and top supercars with a price of millions of yuan. Domestic joint venture and imported cars are everywhere. As long as it is well known in the world, or can be seen on the road, you can find it in this auto world, because here not only new cars are sold, but also used cars have an independent market. The total area has reached an astonishing 3.6 million square meters. Luo Wen's younger brother Luo Wu actually works in this auto world, but the car he wants to buy is not the same brand as Luo Wen, and it is not even in the same area. The square auto world has entrances and exits in all 4 directions, and the roads are all two-way 8-lane, which is also very suitable for the actual needs of the auto world. When Luo Wen came out of the subway station and walked to the door of the auto world under the increasingly scorching sun, a free shuttle bus from the park just drove to the door. The battery-powered shuttle bus is still brand new. As soon as you get on the bus, you can feel the cool air coming towards you. The air conditioner is turned on high, as if the electricity is free. The driver is wearing a white shirt, and he is in his early 30s at most. Even if Luo Wen is the only one on the bus, he is not in a hurry. He stops and waits for 3 seconds at each stop along the established route. No matter if there are people or not, he still goes his own way. Oh, it's so hot outside today. Is it almost time for dinner? We have to run faster, otherwise there will be no seats in the cafeteria. The girl who spoke was wearing a short skirt and shirt uniform, black stockings on her feet, and a pair of black high heels of moderate height. She looked slender and upright. The high ponytail made her look very capable. With her wheat-colored skin and delicate makeup, she was even more eye-catching. She looked full of vitality. In the bright and beautiful sales hall, she was flirting with another cute colleague and seemed to be planning to run to the canteen in the middle of the park with her lunchbox at 12 o'clock. The huge sales hall is probably more than 5,000 square meters. There are rows of brand new display cars, and young men and women salesmen can be seen everywhere. They also look at the time from time to time while discussing business. The park is really too big. Even if you go out from the back door and walk to the canteen, it will take hundreds of meters. The canteen is also on 2 floors, but not only the sales staff of the entire park, but also the after-sales staff easily exceed thousands. Customers who come to see, test drive and buy cars can also go in to eat. At noon one day, they have to fight through thousands of troops to find a cool air conditioning outlet to quietly enjoy their lunch. Of course, if customers come to the store to buy a car, they can go directly to the 2nd floor of the store to enjoy the VIP meal, but as employees, they still have to go to the big canteen in the park, because there is free food there. Just swipe the work card. Yes, sister QIU, yeah, then you have to pull me along. The petite girl, who was half a head shorter than the ponytail girl, had a bun on her head, like a college student who had just graduated. And seeing her fair skin and frail appearance, she probably lacked exercise. At this moment, she looked pitiful, acting cute to the bold ponytail beauty. The ponytail beauty suddenly looked out of the gate without blinking, and did not respond to the oval-faced girl's greeting. Tong Yuji also blinked her long eyelashes, and turned her head to look out. Wow, handsome guy. QIU, yeah, the beautiful girl with a ponytail went home for the holiday. She has 6 days off every month, with irregular schedules, and can also find someone to switch shifts. She saw the handsome young man who just entered the store on the minibus. Yes, it was definitely him. Because that morning, her mother went to attend the wedding of her friend's daughter, so QIU took the shift of a ticket seller for a day, and went with her mother. QIU couldn't stand her own mother's nagging and rolling eyes. She was full of confidence, and took the initiative to leave a boy her contact information for the first time in her life. As a result, she waited and waited, but there was no response on the phone. What the hell, TV is really a lie. Unexpectedly, after being sad and depressed, she met him again at her workplace. This is really fate. Humph. Chapter 110 Fate. Hello, sir. Welcome to the auto world. Would you like to test drive or view the cars? As soon as Luo Wen walked into the automatic sensor door, he was attracted by the brand new and bright furnishings in front of him. It's not that he has never seen the world. After all, He has experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What does this mean? It's just the first dream car in his life. He is more or less excited like a dream come true. The row of handsome men and beautiful women standing at the door did not surprise Luo Wen. It was because the beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and clear eyebrows who was talking to him, with a ponytail, was the ticket seller who left the note not long ago. It seemed that 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Her name should be Qiuya. At this time, she looked at him with a strange look in her eyes. Was she complaining or angry? Luo Wen was also a little caught off guard. After all, the good intentions of a beautiful woman were thrown into the trash can by him. It was inevitable that they would feel a little embarrassed when they met again at this time. As for uneasiness and guilt, Luo Wen didn't feel such emotions at all. He didn't do anything bad or promise the girl anything, nor did he take the initiative to hurt others. Hey, hello, look at the car. Qiuya pretended not to know Luo Wen, and Luo Wen also smiled and accepted her enthusiastic service. Tong Yuji, who was on internship next to her, although she was simple, she could see that Qiuya, who always took good care of herself, obviously knew this tall and handsome guy. However, if they knew each other, why did they act so strange? Is this your first time at Auto World? Our store sells all the luxury BMW cars, including sedans, SUVs, and sports cars. Whether they are domestic or imported models, we have them all in our showroom. Qiuya had some complaints about Luo Wen in her heart, but that was just the little woman's thoughts at work. After all, as a beautiful woman, she took the initiative to attack by imitating the TV plot, but she didn't expect to return empty-handed, which made her sad for several days. Now that she saw the culprit again, she was of course a little unhappy. However, Luo Wen looked like he knew her, but he smiled and pretended not to know her. Qiuya sobered up from her emotions. Yes, he was a customer now, and she was a car sales consultant. There was nothing between them, and now they should maintain their professionalism. With a warm and caring expression on her face, Qiuya began to take the initiative to talk to Luo Wen about car purchase information. Oh, I know. I've seen it before I came. I want to see the X5. Young male customers usually have clear goals, while older ones may have more questions. Qiuya is quite knowledgeable and experienced. She divides different customers into different categories in her mind, and Luo Wen is obviously the easiest to receive. The smile on her face has become more sincere. After all, although BMW is good, the price difference between different models is still huge, especially when the commission of SUV is higher than that of sedans. By now, Qiuya's unhappiness has long been replaced by the idea of facilitating orders. Even when it is a critical time to eat lunch at noon, she can't care. Besides, as long as the customer is interested in ordering a car, she, as a sales consultant, has to accompany the customer to the restaurant upstairs for dinner. This is called full-time humanized service. Haha. Sir, please follow me. By the way, I'm your sales consultant Qiuya. I don't know your name, sir. Different ideas naturally make the mood different. Qiuya estimated that the young man in front of her should have recognized her, otherwise why would he smile at her? However, the professional training she received allowed her to communicate with the guest in a normal way. She also changed the address from you to you. Luo Wen, nice to meet you. BMW is not the most high-end brand in the automotive world, but in Zaya country, the BBA Three Musketeers are recognized luxury brands, not only because of their foreign brand identity, but also because of their hardcore strength in industrial design and industrial manufacturing. After withstanding the test of time and the people, they finally became household brands. At least in Luo Wen's opinion, if the first car in his life could be a BMW 3 Series, he would be very satisfied. After all, according to his income level and consumption ability, at least after taking out a loan to buy a house, the plan to buy a car will be postponed indefinitely, and he even thought about taking out a loan to buy a domestic A-class car. People can always find the reason to convince themselves in various external information, such as supporting domestic products and resisting foreign products. For example, domestic products are cost effective, and foreign products are all overpriced. Luo Wen is not a foreigner, but as a consumer product, Cars are good if they are good, and inadequate if they are inadequate. Besides, Luo Wen wants to buy a luxury car to fulfill his childhood dream. He can't say that he has to look for alternatives in domestic brands, right? Doesn't he look down on domestic cars? Are there any passenger cars above Class B that are good enough? If his budget is over $1 million, are there any domestic products for him to choose from? Patriotism is not something that you just say when you are hot-headed and pick up the keyboard. Since these foreign brands are sold in Xiaguo, and the people buy these foreign goods at high prices, can't the tax revenue brought by them be a patriotic act? Besides, aren't domestic car brands still private enterprises? Buying their products is patriotic, but buying imported goods is not patriotic? Mr. Luo, this is the BMW X5, the sub-flagship top configuration, with a landing price of 970,000. According to our latest promotion, you can get a 20,000 yuan discount on the purchase price. The blue paint and the solid and durable shape, probably because of the lighting design in the exhibition hall, so this typical representative of blue sky and white clouds looks particularly brilliant and dazzling, making people reluctant to look away. It doesn't seem to be quite expensive. Luo Wen muttered in a low voice. If it was before July, he certainly couldn't say such a thing, but now is different. Not to mention what the future will be like. With the strength of a half-immortal, just the huge amount of money he has now makes him fearless of his previous lack of confidence. What, Mr. Luo, are you dissatisfied with the price of this car? I can help you apply for a discount or maintenance package from the store manager. Do you want it? Qiu Yan is now a little unsure about the strength of the handsome young man in front of her. Last time he went out, he took the bus. This time he came alone, and he was dressed in a dress with no brand names or watches. Oh, he is not here to eat for free, is he? In recent years, short video platforms have become popular, and there are many internet celebrities with no bottom line, who specialize in these things. This Luo Wen, is he one of them? Not to mention, the more you look at him, the more he looks like him. He is dressed in ordinary clothes, but he is talking nonsense, and he doesn't look like he is really here to buy a car. So, where is the camera? Or does he have an accomplice who shoots the video together? Qiu Ya's face began to be a little confused and unnatural, and she turned her head and began to observe the surroundings carefully. She didn't want to be the protagonist of the internet celebrities shooting, otherwise she would have gone to Hengdian Film and Television City to develop. I remember BMW still has the M series. Are there any cars in stock? I want to see that. This fake M sports suit always feels like wearing a layer of fake leather. TSK, you still think this car is wearing fake leather? You are the one who is fake. Oh, I can't bear it. Why did I fall in love with this unreliable guy at first sight? At this time, Qiu Ya had already labeled Luo Wen as freeloader and sanctimonious in her heart. Because normal people who would buy a BMW M series car, it's already costing so much, wouldn't it be better to buy a sports car, Bentley, or Porsche? As for the small number of people who bought a real M and pretended to be low-key as a fake M, Qiu Ya directly passed them by because the sales data was here. At least she hadn't encountered a typical case of playing the pig to eat the tiger yet. Oh, Mr. Luo, please follow me. You became you again, and the enthusiasm on the face of the ponytail beauty began to fade away at this time, but with good professionalism, Qiu Ya still maintained a smiling service attitude. Chapter 111, Really Rich. The black paint, fierce brake calipers and 2 pairs of 22-inch big feet seem to have adopted a special frosting process, so the SUV in front of you is not as dazzling as other vehicles, but only has a restrained temperament and a V12 engine hidden under the hood. Mr. Luo, this car is the latest flagship of this year. There is only this top-equipped display car in the store. If you want to buy it, the discount is very large, about 80,000 to 100,000, but the total price is a bit high if all the land is handled. The change in Qiu Ya's tone. If you are not a person who is thoughtful, you probably can't hear anything, but Luo Wen, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth, didn't care at all. He came to buy a car, not to make friends. Besides, the ponytail beauty has always maintained a professional service attitude. Obviously, everyone in the store went out to eat or went up to the second floor, but she didn't seem impatient. What does a subtle change in tone count for? Swish, Luo Wen took out his bank card from the pocket of his jeans. In fact, except for his mobile phone and keys, all other things on him were placed in the storage space. But who told Luo Wen to adapt to this feeling of being relaxed? Swipe the card. I bought it. Huh? Just bought it? Without asking the price, taking the car for a test drive, or discussing the purchase plan? Are you going to pay the full amount directly? Mr. Luo, the total price of this car is 3.34 million. Are you sure you want to buy it directly? Why? I pay the money, and you sell the car. Is there any problem? Haha, Luo Wen opened his mouth wide and looked confused. He was also inexplicably amused by the expression of the ponytail beauty. However, this should be the pleasure of pretending. Beep, beep, squeak, squeak. Sir, please keep your receipt. Everyone's face was full of disbelief and yearning when they looked at Luo Wen again. After all, people who pay in full for cars are not uncommon, but not many either. Especially the real rich who spent 3.24 million in just a few minutes in the store. Although their store sells luxury cars, the sales volume is only about 500,000 yuan. A luxury car worth millions of yuan. Do you really think they are a super luxury brand? No, I have no place to reimburse. You can just throw it away for me. Luo Wen took his bank card, which was still an ordinary savings card. It looked plain and even a little old on the surface. But in fact, it was the highest authority, higher than the black gold card. Because on the way here, the account manager of the bank called specifically and asked Luo Wen when he was free. They could also send a car to pick him up or come to his house to handle the small business of upgrading the card for him. But Luo Wen refused. Wouldn't it be fine if the background permissions were changed? Moreover, they were asked not to call him if they had nothing to do. Ahem. Luo Wen had already paid the money, but the sales consultant who was going to help him with the next step of the procedure was still staring at his face in a daze. Oh, sorry, I'll go get your car purchase contract, car certificate and license plate ready. Luo Wen is a man of action, who always does more and talks less. Although according to the normal process, the contract should be signed first and the payment should be made later. It is best to pay the money after the car is inspected. But Luo Wen doesn't care about these. Anyway, he came to buy a car with sincerity. If anyone dares to engage in some conspiracies or miscellaneous little thoughts with him, I'm afraid that the country can't save him. Besides, Auto World is a business card of Lake City. The management and regulations here are such that no one would dare to break the law in the second year of opening, especially for the rich people. Okay, I'll find a chair and wait for you. After the car is washed and packed, the formalities can be almost completed, right? Sit and wait. Mr. Luo, lunch is now available on the second floor of our store. As our VIP member, you can go there for free at any time. Why don't you go upstairs and have lunch? No, I'm not hungry. TSK, stingy. I haven't had lunch yet. Qiuya was still excited that she had inexplicably negotiated a deal. The commission alone was 20,000, which was equivalent to her usual monthly sales and her usual 2 months salary. But the next second, she felt sad for meeting such a weird customer. Although making money is a big deal, how could she not have lunch on time? What about these to lunch coupons? If the client doesn't go to eat, Qiuya certainly can't go up by herself. Oh, sorry, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Then let's go have lunch first and pick up the car later. Suddenly, Qiuya was moved by Luo Wen's thoughtfulness. Why are women so sentimental? How can men understand it? Mr. Luo, you are so kind. The smiling girl, is she treating me as a friend? She patted his shoulder gently. This stranger shouldn't do such an intimate thing, right? Luo Wen was eager to drive on the road. This might be a common problem for novice drivers. However, he could hold on without eating in the middle of the day. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, he found that he didn't have much strong feeling about food. It should be, because the energy required by the body was satisfied, so the title of Big Stomach King can be removed in the future, and he doesn't have to always sneakily put food into the storage space. Oh, Qiu Yap, who was usually used to being straightforward, suddenly came to her senses. Because she had an unresolved fate experience with Luo Wen, she unconsciously regarded him as an acquaintance. Now she has changed her impression of him as a human-like dog. The more she looks at him, the more ashamed she feels for her thoughts just now, so she accidentally froze for a moment. Now he can see at a glance that she wants to eat, so she took the initiative to change her position of not wanting to eat. Luo Wen is really a warm man who makes people satisfied and like him very much. It would be great if he could be my boyfriend. However, no matter how satisfied Qiu Yan is with Luo Wen, he is a customer after all, and he may not like her familiar behavior. What if he minds her behavior and regrets to return the car? Sorry, I didn't mean it. Qiu Ya's face turned miserable, and she quickly bowed her head and began to apologize. Oh, it's okay, beautiful lady, are you from Mingquan Town? Luo Wen didn't dislike the girl who kept himself clean, especially after this contact. Luo Wen realized that he had misunderstood her behavior last time. Maybe his thoughts were too conservative, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Well, you too? Qiu Ya looked at Luo Wen as if she really didn't mind, and then her face slowly calmed down. She didn't know why she became so confused when she saw this Luo Wen, not like her usual carefree self. Haha, so we are from the same hometown. Don't call me Mr. Luo, just call me Luo Wen. Luo Wen is also trying to make changes, such as using an open heart to accept himself, and also to contact the people around him, instead of always being on guard and offensive like before. After 3 years and processes in the zombie world, Luo Wen's mentality can't really have no change at all. What's more, this is the main world. It is his spiritual harbor, where he stops every time to rest and relax. Haha, then don't call me beautiful all the time. Just call me Qiu Ya. Luo Wen was willing to take the initiative to contact the outside world, and Qiu Ya also wanted to get to know the big boy in front of her, and even have a further relationship. Both of them put aside their prejudices in their hearts, just like they were really old acquaintances, and went upstairs. As for those who looked at Luo Wen's back with complicated and resentful eyes, at this time, they could only tidy up their moods, start preparing for lunch, and then take a nap to adjust their moods, looking forward to the next suitable person appearing in front of them. Chapter 112 NV. Luo Wen, next time I come back to town, I'll come and play with you. Can you not stand me up again? At 2 PM, Luo Wen finally got into his brand new car, and with Qiu Ya, his fellow villager, here, or rather, Luo Wen's status was relatively honorable. The fuel tank of the black steed was filled up. Boom, boom, the blush on her face seemed to be telling the owner's mood. Qiu Ya stood next to the driver's seat of the SUV. Although she wanted to communicate with Luo Wen for a while, it would be best if they could chat until the evening and go out for dinner together to deepen their impression. But they had just met, and Luo Wen seemed to have something to do in the afternoon. She had no choice but to wave goodbye to this hidden, sunny and handsome fellow villager after carefully explaining the precautions in the car. Okay, I'll be at home every day recently. If you want to come, I'll pick you up in town. Luo Wen is not averse to the opposite sex, especially those who look good. He decided to try to get in touch with them, so that his parents, who are anxious but difficult to express, can temporarily put their anxious but difficult to express thoughts back to their stomachs. The two have added their contact information, which is considered to be a foundation for establishing friendship. As for the future, Luo Wen does not think that the so-called love at first sight is so mysterious. Besides, his friends and social circles are indeed too empty and single. Knowing more people can be regarded as another kind of experience for himself. However, so far, why does Luo Wen feel that the opposite sex he knows accounts for the majority? Squeak. The tires rubbed against the ground and quietly parked in the parking space at the entrance of a Volkswagen 4S store. Luo Wen tried his best to suppress and adjust his senses. He didn't want to interact with everyone in this main world full of life as a superman or immortal cultivator. The haze, smell, body odor, or some strange smell in the air, Luo Wen certainly didn't want to, because these interfered with his normal life. but no matter how much he controlled it, Luo Wen could hear the precise sound of the brakes, even though the tires were extremely silent, and with a very slight pause, he knew that the rear wheel had touched the limiter. Exit reverse gear and shift into neutral. The crystal electronic gear lever is indeed easy to use. The vehicle moved forward a little 3 centimeters, and Luo Wen then shifted into P gear, started the engine, turned on the air conditioner, and took out his mobile phone. Beep. Hello, I'm at the door of your store. Oh, you're out? Looking at his brother in a white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes, who walked out of the store, and was looking at the door with the phone in his hand, Luo Wen had a bad idea. Beep. It was a snap, and Luo Wen didn't want to make too much noise, to avoid affecting other people's mood. Luo Wu, who was standing at the door, suddenly received a call from his brother, saying that he was coming to the 4S store to see him. In his heart, he also vaguely guessed what his brother's purpose was. Buy a car. Maybe get a nose eye by the way. But how can he call without seeing him? This is not in line with his brother's habit of being punctual. Beep, beep, right in front of us, in a parking space about 10 meters away, a brand new black warrior suddenly honked. Luo Wu actually noticed this handsome BMW the first time he went out. It's a pity that, even if my brother won the lottery, or even had a large amount of savings, he couldn't buy me such an expensive good car. Luo Wu was afraid that he couldn't bear it, right? Hey, why does the man sitting in the driver's seat look so familiar? Isn't he my brother? Several listless young men and women were standing at the entrance of the 4S store, doing the reception work. Everyone's image was very different. Some were good looking, and some were ordinary. It was not like the BMW 4S store that Luo Wen had just come out of, where the average was above the baseline, and there were handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. However, there was a girl who was 170 centimeters tall, wearing low-heeled high-heeled shoes, with a peaceful face. She looked at Luo Wu who was walking out of the door, and seemed a little nervous and afraid, but also a little expectant. Oh, the last time I saw a half-length photo on my phone, I didn't expect Luo Wu's girlfriend to be so tall. Luo Wen even used the word cute to describe her. Oh, what's the name of this little girl? Zhang Yu. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Wu kept calling her Zhao Yu. Luckily I asked her last name. Otherwise it would be bad to call her Zhao Yu when I met my future sister-in-law for the first time, right? Oh my god, brother, you are so good. You bought such a handsome luxury car at once. Come down quickly. Let me get on and feel it. Excited Luo Wu, without even having time to wink at his girlfriend behind him, ran to the side of the SUV, and the girls in the store, as well as a few of Luo Wu's colleagues who were looking out of their heads, were all full of confusion. Why did Luo Wu run to the parking space after answering a phone call? Could it be that someone was driving a valuable BMW to buy a Volkswagen in their store? Click. A handsome young man who is about half a fist taller than Luo Wu walked out of the cab. His skin is fair and shiny, and his short hair is simple and energetic. If he was not so young and his temperament was so good, they would have thought that this rich kid with eyebrows and eyes a bit like Luo Wu was his colleague Luo Wu's brother. Haha, is it okay for you to run out on the way to work? Luo Wen looked at his younger brother, whose skin seemed to be tanned, and was also a close relative he had not seen for a long time. He patted his shoulder with a face full of indulgence and happiness. It's okay, I have a good relationship with our boss. Besides, I was just chatting with someone at the door of the store. What's wrong with that? The excited Luo Wu jumped to the driver's seat, touched left and right, and almost drooled in his mouth. TSK TSK TSK, a good car is indeed a good car. Look at the workmanship, the precision, and the operating logic. It is indeed much better than the Volkswagen we sell. Ah, even the smell in the car is the fragrance emitted by the fragrance system. So refreshing, so fragrant. With a look of intoxication, Luo Wu felt the car for a full 3 minutes, and then he suddenly had an idea, as if he had reacted. By the way, brother, did you pay for this car in full, or with a loan? No, you definitely won't pay in installments. How much did you spend in total? 3.24 million. Hiss, it's really generous. Luo Wu felt that he would definitely not be willing to buy such a good car. It's not that he was reluctant, but he didn't have the money. He is not as rich as his brother. He has already got a house from him for free. And privately, his mother also said that with a budget of 6 million to buy a house and renovate it, there must be more. When the house is renovated, I will buy a car for each of them. Now it seems that mom definitely doesn't know the real strength of my brother. So if you buy this car now and drive it back home, what will you say to your parents when they ask you? Well, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this. My brother told mom that he won 12 million yuan, bought half of the house, and kept the other half for himself. He went home to build a house. My brother definitely won't tell them how much he spent. My parents don't know about this car, so why not let my brother tell them the number himself? What's wrong with this? Just tell the truth. I recently bought a piece of jade with someone, and it increased a lot when it was cut open. If you like cars, I can also give you one. Huh. Brother, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Surprises come one after another. Why does it feel like the brother has stepped on dog shit? He won the lottery and sells jade. By the way, the 50 million he mentioned before, didn't he come from this way? Could it be that the unknown brother has been recluse practicing and finally learned the skill of seeing jade and identifying treasures? Okay, stop pretending. Is that tall girl Zhang you told me about last time? Boy, you have a good eye. Brother, wait for me to get off work together in the evening, and we will go out for dinner. It's a good opportunity to introduce you to each other. Luo Wu, who was like chicken blood, felt full of energy all over his body. It may be that Luo Wen's financial resources have increased dramatically, which makes him feel proud of it. What time do you get off work? 5:30. There is room for free activities at work, and the time is even on par with civil servants. As a victim of the assembly line, Luo Wen sincerely said that reading more books is indeed beneficial. Okay, I'll pick you up at 5:30. Haha. Chapter 113 Gift. Although Luo Wen is a novice on the road, he is like an experienced driver. Whether it is changing lanes, overtaking, or waiting for lights, he is very methodical and skilled. This is also reasonable. If he did not care about living in the main world as an ordinary person, he could completely control the vehicle with his spiritual consciousness and telekinesis, or fly directly in the air. Why would he need a car to do it for him? However, it is true that when Luo Wen drives a low-key X5M on the road, there are always some people who know the goods and cast amazing and envious eyes. For those women who only have Porsche, Bentley, RR, and supercars in their eyes, driving a BMW is just sparse and normal. I don't get off work until 5:30 in the afternoon. While there is still time, let's go see Yaya. I wonder if Sister Kyang and her mother and daughter have adapted to the new environment recently. Boom Sister Jiang, look at the painting I drew. This is me, this is uncle, this is mom, and this is you, sister. Do you think it looks good? In the cool room, the glass door separates the inside and the outside into two worlds. It is so hot outside that people don't want to go out. However, in addition to the rich class who live a carefree life, there are also ordinary people who need to rush for life. People who have money to spend, of course, linger in the mall and choose their favorite products, while the workers outside are sweating and rushing, just wanting to find a cool place to drink a big sip of ice water. Ziwan Studio, which has a unique interior decoration, is not doing very well, but it is not too bad. After all, there is no shortage of rich people who are particular about food and clothing. What is lacking is exquisite and products that people are willing to pay for. When Kyung's design skills are still there, and she works hard and has a good aesthetic sense, no matter the clothing styles sold in the store or whether they are customized, there are people willing to pay for them. At least they are made of real materials, not those luxury goods that are inferior and pass for good ones with a brand. The entire studio is divided into different compartments, separated by glass curtain walls. The outermost is the display area, the inner is the workroom, and there is a warehouse and bathroom separated by a brick wall. She is wearing a national style dress, which should be a modification of Hanfu combined with a princess dress. The main material is fluffy gauze, which is both breathable and light blocking. She is wearing a pair of small and cute crystal sandals on her feet, revealing 10 crystal white little feet. Ye is holding a piece of drawing paper, looking forward to Fan Jiang's praise. Her raised little face is full of innocence. Haha, yeah, draws really well. Why did you draw me in it? Fan Jiaying likes the work here very much. It's easy and the environment is comfortable. The key is the rest time and salary, which she is very satisfied with. For a fresh graduate who has just graduated from a junior college, she is either a customer service, a salesperson, or a salesperson. Not only is the salary low, but the work intensity is also high. She works so hard that she can barely eat and pay the rent for a month, and there is no money left. How to pursue dreams and achieve freedom in life. At least the boss lady Wen Kaiang here has a good temper and is willing to teach her things. Besides, after deducting 5 insurances and 1 housing fund a month, she can still get 5,000 yuan. Her classmates and girlfriends are very envious. Yeah, will draw people who are good to me on paper, so that she won't forget them, just like Uncle Luo. He, yeah, with a baby voice, speaks innocently. It should be because Fan Jiaying has been recognized by her, so the little yeah will be very attached to this big sister, right? Haha, then you must keep it well. When Uncle Luo comes, remember to take it out and give it to him. Fan Jiaying didn't see the mysterious young boss very often, but she always felt that the relationship between him and the boss's wife was more than just a simple sister-brother relationship. However, she had been working here for a while, and they seemed to have no ambiguity at all between brother and sister, and it was not as complicated as she thought at the beginning. Squeaky? A black sub suddenly stopped outside the store. Just by looking at the details and appearance, you can tell that it is very valuable. However, in this hot summer, everyone parked their cars in the underground parking lot of the mall. Why did this person park his car on the ground? To bask in the sun. Click. The car door opened. A pair of white sneakers, blue slim jeans, a black t-shirt, a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a smile on his face that makes people feel like spring breeze. Yeah, look, it's your Uncle Luo. Ah, Uncle Luo, it's true. Mom, Uncle Luo is here. When Kaiang, who was drawing her own ideas and designs on the computer through the glass, turned her head when she heard the sound and saw Luo Wen coming over. How come I haven't seen Wen for more than a week, but I feel that Wen has changed a lot. It's not his appearance and figure, but the sunshine and naturalness on his body, giving people a cheerful and approachable temperament. Uncle, yeah, misses you so much. Huh, boss. Well, nodding to his employees, Luo Wen picked up the little girl who jumped into his arms, with a sweet fragrance on her body, and I don't know what her mother gave her, plus her cute and beautiful appearance. How can Luo Wen not like her? He originally liked children, but he worked away from home all year round, and had little contact with others. Why did he seem to be particularly enthusiastic towards the strangers, when Kaiang and her daughter? It might be because they met by chance, and the little girl took the initiative to show her kindness with a bottle of water. Luo Wen is a person who doesn't want to trouble others. He prepares everything in advance and takes care of himself. Rather than saying that Luo Wen is independent, it is better to say that he is used to loneliness and forgets to accept the kindness of others. Especially after being selected by the system. His face looks very gentle and approachable, but in fact, he is a person who is warm on the outside and cold on the inside. Otherwise, he would not be standing on the main road, because of the busyness of ordinary people, and a dark thought of destroying the world arose in his heart. Ordinary people think that Luo Wen should not be so kind to a pair of orphans and widows, but for Luo Wen, the appearance of Xiao Ye is the key to his change of mentality. In ancient times, there is still a saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. When facing the bullied mother and daughter, Luo Wen did not have the ability before, but now he has a system. Of course he will not just walk away. Wen, you should be busy with family affairs recently, right? When Kaiang is very grateful to this brother, who lent a hand when she was in the most difficult time. Although she misunderstood at first whether Luo Wen had any unrealistic ideas and thought of repaying a favor, but in the end, when Kaiang found that she was just daydreaming. There are indeed good people in the world, and she just happened to meet one, and Luo Wen is such a good person who does not ask for anything in return. Well, I'm done with my work. I came to see you and yeah. How are you? Have you adapted to the new working environment? It would be best if you could earn money to support yourself. If you lose money, Luo Wen doesn't mind. He will be responsible for the living needs of the mother and daughter. Not for Wen Qiang, but for the little Yaya who is attached to and trusts him. In order to repay her for that perception, Luo Wen doesn't mind supporting her until she is old enough to live independently. Well, it's okay. The location here is good. The business is much better than that of my small shop. I estimate that I can make a profit in a year. Haha, confident and optimistic, full of expectations for future life. Seeing Wen Qiang, the sister now, Luo Wen is also relieved. By the way, these are 2 little things I made. I'll give them to you and yeah. See if you like them. The red lucky bag contains a small brocade box. Luo Wen helped yeah open it. Inside was a protective jade plaque carved by Huang Fei. Wow, it looks good. Mom, can I accept it? This. Even though Wen Qiang had never touched this kind of top grade jadeite, she knew that this jade plate would not be cheap, just by looking at its crystal clear appearance. What about hers? Swish, she took it out, and saw that it was the same size jade plate, but the color had changed to an eye-catching green color, that was green and lush. This is too expensive, we don't. You are my sister. Yaya calls me uncle. I made a lot of these things, take it. Luo Wen's momentum changed, with a kind of confidence that could not be refused, no longer the kind of simple smile to greet people. Well, I know. Yeah, thank uncle quickly. As long as she accepted it for the first time, she would not have that kind of belief to refuse it again, and she did not regard Luo Wen as an outsider in her heart. Thank you, uncle, Badgie. The sweet little lip print was printed on Luo Wen's face. Luo Wen did not expect that the little girl would actually thank him like this. Haha, you're welcome, as long as Yaya likes it. Chapter 114 Zhang Yu. There is no spiritual power in this world, nor is there any trace of superpowers. In short, Luo Wen had never seen the relevant news before, but now he can feel this fact even more. The only way to prosper the country is to develop science and technology. But now there is a mysterious system, and there is another Luo Wen who is willing to stay at home. After experiencing the first science fiction world, and being sent to the Taoist world, he can't tell which direction to go in the future. However, as long as he never stops, and continues to shuttle, and experience in different worlds, Luo Wen believes that one day he will find the road that belongs to him. The auto world in Jiangling district is only a 20-minute drive from Wen Qiang's studio, less than 10 kilometers away. He drew and played games with Zhao Yaya. At 5 o'clock, he drove away from here. Yeah, he will treat her as his own family. Luo Wen has bought a car now, so it is convenient for him to visit and care from time to time. If you say that Luo Wen has any strange ideas about Wen Qiang, anyway, he doesn't think so, so it's useless for anyone to think so. Boom Luo Wu, didn't you say your brother is signing up for a driver's license? Why did he buy a car today and treat me to a meal? Should I go back to where I live to take a shower, change clothes, and pack up before going out? 4S stores are open to make money, and they provide a guaranteed salary plus commissions, free work meals, and legally pay 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. This is already rare. Do you want them to provide accommodation for employees? What do you think this is? A sweet shop of an assembly line? Zhang Yu, who looked anxious and uneasy, had heard Luo Wu say at noon that his brother was coming. Although she was a little nervous, she was not afraid. But who knew that driving an expensive SUV, coupled with an obviously good aura, the closer it was to the end of get off work, the more flustered Zhang Yu became. Was this considered meeting the parents in advance? It's okay, my brother has a very good temper. He has never gotten angry with me since he was a child, and he always thinks of me when something good happens. I just worked outside before, but in the past month or so, he suddenly became rich, as if by some miracle. Don't be so nervous, okay? Boss. Before Zhang Yu could express her confusion, Luo Wu's phone vibrated. Hello. Oh, brother, you're here, right? We still have a few minutes before we can clock in. You wait at the door first. Okay, I will bring her with me, don't worry. Okay, I got it. Luo Wu hung up the phone, and Zhang Yu, who was standing next to him with the car cleaning cloth in her hand, quickly leaned her head closer. "What's the matter? Has your brother arrived? What should I call him when I see him later? What should I do if he doesn't like me?" The two young men and women who were slacking off were whispering to each other at this time. In fact, there were more than just the two of them. Except for a few people who were still sorting out report materials, there were the most people like them. "Don't worry, I've chosen her. My family won't object. Besides, you're beautiful and have a good figure. Why are you so lacking in confidence? Hate it. This isn't my first time, so I'm nervous." Giving a sanitary eye, Zhang Yu looked at the grinning Luo Wu and felt even less confident. He just hoped that his brother and family would really be like what he said. "It's time, boss. Are you going to have a meeting today?" Get off work. Hurry up, hurry up. I have to report my work to the higher ups today. You're lucky." "Oh, yeah." A group of salesmen and women in suits and leather shoes cheered and rushed to the clock-in machine at the front desk. Luo Wu and Zhang Yu, who usually asked colleagues for a ride, did not follow the others and fell behind today. Some of them live in their own homes, but most of them rent shared houses. Just like Luo Wu and Zhang Yu, they are hitchhiking with roommates they know well. They usually treat others to meals, buy drinks and snacks, etc. It is impossible for colleagues to collect their gas money. Besides, the distance is not far. It takes only 15 minutes to drive to the nearby urban village, less than 6 kilometers. "Xiao Yu, are you going on a date with your Xiao Wu?" "Well, we have something to do tonight, so you don't have to take me with you today." "Oh, Luo Wu, then shouldn't we three brothers disappear on our own?" "That's nonsense. Go away, and remember to collect my clothes." There are no lonely and unsociable young people among the laughing and joking young people. This is also normal. They are colleagues and partners in the same car sales store. If there is an internal conflict, the 4S store will suffer the loss, and the boss doesn't want to see such a situation happen. Besides, they are all in their early 20s. They are not like the old generation who work alone and form small teams. If they get along well, they will get close to each other. If they don't get along well, they will just go their own way. It's not like they are going to shoot a palace drama. They won't offend people for no reason by working as car salesmen. If they are not active after get off work, they have a problem with their brains. Selling cars is not selling houses. It's popular to work overtime at night. They don't need to work with the maintenance department. Of course, they will get off work early and go back to recuperate so that they can face new challenges with full energy tomorrow. In a few minutes, the employee vehicles parked around the door were basically gone. Only a few were left. It was probably the supervisors and store managers who were still busy with the report and finishing it. "Questions, brother, open the door. We are off work." ZHI. Luo Wen was browsing information on his mobile phone about computer server suppliers. He thought that the house was built and it was almost time to prepare to strengthen the hardware facilities for Xinchen. Hearing someone knocking on the car window, Luo Wen quickly put away his phone and lowered the window. Come up. The air conditioner is on in the car. I was playing with my phone and didn't see you. Sorry." Click. The car was not turned off, so it was naturally unlocked. After Zhang Yu confirmed that the rich second generation in front of him was actually Luo Wu's brother, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Isn't it said that younger brothers and sisters are better looking than older brothers and sisters? How come when we got to his house, it was Luo Wu's brother who was more handsome than Luo Wu and whiter and taller than him? The two of them got into the back seat, and the riding experience was naturally much better than their colleagues' commuter cars. Luo Wu was excited and happy, while Zhang Yu was a little nervous and uneasy, thinking about how to greet his brother later. "Hello, my name is Luo Wen. I'm Luo Wu's brother. Your name is Zhang Yu, right?" Yes, I'm Zhang Yu. "Brother, you scared Xiao Yu so suddenly. Can't you take it slow?" Haha, hiss. As Luo Wu was talking, he began to suck cold air from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he interrupted his girlfriend's conversation for no reason, so he was punished by her. "Hey, I'm speaking for you. Why are you pinching me?" "Haha, because you should. Do you have any place to recommend? I will definitely treat you to a good meal today." Luo Wen interrupted to avoid Zhang Yu's embarrassment and used a very calm attitude to discuss with this girl who seemed to be unable to let go of her hands and feet. It's still Brother Wen who decides. The food stalls we usually go to are probably not open at this time. Luo Wen's approachability made Zhang Yu feel relieved, and talking and communicating with her was also much more relaxed. It's not just that the store is closed. We usually don't go out until 7 or 8 PM. How can we have dinner so early? In such a hot day, who can stand it if we don't go home to take a shower and wait until it gets dark before going out? Luo Wu's personality is indeed much more cheerful than Luo Wen, and he also talks a lot more. Oh, so that's the case. Then let's go to the buffet, just in time for 3 hours, and go home when the weather is cooler. Luo Wen actually rarely goes out, and is not very familiar with the old food restaurants in Jiangling district. However, when he is undecided, he can just open his mobile phone and search the internet. There are all kinds of comments and recommendations. Okay, no problem for me, Xiao. What do you think? Of course I can. I'll listen to Brother Wen. Haha, the little girl is a relatively gentle person, and she seems to have a very harmonious relationship with Luo Wu. Seeing this, Luo Wen is completely relieved. He stepped on the brake, shifted to D-gear, and the automatic parking was cancelled. Boom, the engine roared low, and the three left the parking lot. Chapter 115, The Night Walk. Luo Wen had a very good impression of Luo Wu's girlfriend, and after getting in touch with her, he probably understood her more thoroughly. Her hometown is in the rural area of Pingyang City, Jiangnan Province, a small 5th-tier city. It usually takes about 5 hours to get from her home to Hucheng by car. In addition to her, there is a younger brother and a younger sister at home. Her parents are farmers and have never left their small village. Zhang Yu is an undergraduate who graduated from a 2nd-tier university. She has no family background because the competition among fresh graduates in Hucheng is too fierce. In order to make a living and not to go back to her hometown to create anxiety for her parents, she temporarily fell to a forest store to do sales. But if it weren't for this, she would not have met Luo Wu. It was just a temporary job as a transition. After working for 3 months, not to mention the probation period, Zhang Yu found that the salary was not bad, and she got along well with her colleagues. Especially after she and Luo Wu confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she didn't think about developing in other directions for a while. After all, she studied civil engineering, and she was a powerless girl, so her future was really worrying. The sky was hazy and the temperature was slightly lower. Zhang Yu and Luo Wu seldom come to the self-service barbecue with an average of 198 yuan per person. Especially Zhang Yu, she sends most of the remaining salary back to her family, except for the necessary living expenses. Her younger brother Zhang Yang has just been admitted to university, and her younger sister Zhang Xin is a sophomore. Relying on her parents' meager income, Zhang Yu's own university expenses were all borrowed from relatives by her parents. Now with a younger brother and a younger sister, their family is already struggling. Fortunately, Zhang Yu has started working and can send an average of 4,000 yuan back home every month, so the living expenses of her younger brother and sister are settled. School will start in 1 month, and their family is worried about the tuition fees of the 2 college students. Thank you, Brother Wen, for today. Otherwise, I usually stop Luo Wu from bringing me here. This tone and the attitude of being polite at all. No matter how Luo Wen looks at it, he feels that Zhang Yu is communicating with him as Luo Wu's wife. You two are doing well. I'm relieved now. Woozy, there's a wedding banquet at home this month. You can ask Zhang Yu to come along, and let mom and dad see it. Isn't this too soon? He said he was not confident, but looked at Luo Wu expectantly, as if he was quite tempted. They were the same age, both 23, which was within the legal age for marriage stipulated by the country. The man and the woman were mentally prepared for the marriage, not to mention that in Zhang Yu's hometown, the custom of early marriage was still popular. Okay, brother, even if you don't tell me this time, I also plan to do so. I just haven't told Xiao yet. By the way, Luo Wu, what kind of wedding is your family holding? Oh, didn't I tell you before? My brother built a house, and my parents are back home to retire. so let's take this opportunity to celebrate. Luo Wu said, his eyes turned, and he whispered to Zhang Yu, it's mainly because my brother made a lot of money, and my mom wants to show off her wealth, so, you know. Haha, okay, if you have anything to whisper, talk slowly after you go back. Oh, by the way, Luo Wen opened the door of the driver's cab and took out 2 small red lucky bags from the armrest box. Luo Wen prepared different colors of protective jade cards according to different people's personalities, just like Ye and Wen Qiang, 1 yellow and 1 imperial green. The 2 that Luo Wen handed to Zhang Yu and Luo Wu were blue and red. They were just taken out of the storage space and covered with the help of the armrest box. The blue one was as deep and calm as the sea, just like the gentle Zhang Yu. The red one was obviously prepared for Luo Wu, who was outgoing and cheerful. Oh, what happened today? You invited us to dinner and gave us gifts. Isn't this a task assigned by your mother? Luo Wu didn't care about those things. He opened the lucky bag and took out the small brocade box inside. He almost exclaimed with a wow. He had never touched these things before, but he could easily see that the value of this jade card must be very high. Good things, in whose hands, everyone will know that it is a good thing, but there is no specific value measurement standard. Of course, if people in the know knew that these protective jade cards were not only top grade jade, but also protective magic tools, I'm afraid they would be willing to pay, no matter how much money they paid. Xiaoyu, open it quickly and see if the gift our brother gave you is the same as mine. Oh, this is too expensive. Brother Wen, I can't accept it. Blue and red complement each other, but compared to red, Zhang Yu is more intoxicated by the depth of blue and feels that Luo Wen seems to have seen through her preferences. Take it, I don't have anything else to give you. If my brother Wuzi does anything wrong in the future, if he bullies you, just tell me, and I will deal with him. Just think of it as a gift from me as your brother. Luo Wen's recognition caught Zhang Yu off guard. She felt like she was entrusted with a heavy responsibility, but seeing this, she couldn't refuse anymore and silently accepted the gift from Luo Wu's family. Haha, take them. My brother obviously doesn't lack these things. By the way, I have something to tell you when we go back later. Brother, please take us back. Luo Wu became anxious at this time. He didn't expect that his brother would launch a surprise attack. His family bought a house, and suddenly there was a rich brother in the family. He hadn't had time to tell Zhang Yu about these changes. Boom. Luo Wen turned off the air conditioner in the car and lowered half of the window. He drove back home alone in the humid evening breeze. He had long been confused about the cold and the heat and just enjoyed this feeling. Before, it was because of the relationship between his brother and Zhang Yu. Otherwise he would not have stopped the car without turning off the engine. Creak. At 9:30 in the evening in Luojia village, except for the street lights where mosquitoes gathered, every household was either lying in the bedroom watching TV or falling asleep early. When Luo Wen drove the black X5 and stopped at his door, Luo Deke, who was wearing big shorts, and Ren Xiang, who was about to go to bed in pajamas, heard the noise and opened the door and walked out. There were only a few barking dogs in the village, welcoming the new uninvited guests. Oh my god, Wenzi, why did you drive the car back without saying anything? And you drove it at night. You are so brave. Is there any scratch? Ren Xiang said that she cared about the new car and blamed Luo Wen for driving at night. She carefully moved around Luo Wen from front to back and up and down, revealing her deep concern and care. Haha, that's enough. He got his driver's license so quickly. Besides, it's not like he hasn't driven before. What's the big deal? Wow, this car is really nice. Wenzi, how much did it cost? Luo just rode his motorcycle back during the day. Because Luo Wen had said hello and said he would give them a surprise in the evening, he had some guesses in his mind. But looking at the logo of the car with blue sky and white clouds, and then looking at the whole black SUV that exuded precision and luxury everywhere, it still exceeded his psychological expectations. 3 million. What? You spent half of the 6 million you have. It's really extravagant, aren't you? Can you still make ends meet in the future? Ren Xiang almost exploded. If she hadn't taken into account that it was late at night and her eldest son's face as an adult, she would have twisted his ears. to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, I have more than 6 million in my hand, but more than 2 billion. Mom and dad, I will tell you this again seriously. If you have leaked the lottery, then you have leaked it. Don't say it again this time. Luo Wen hesitated for a moment and finally told his parents the truth. He felt that he was deceiving himself after telling too many white lies. Oh, I know this time. Oh my god, what did you do? Ren Gixiang covered her mouth to stop her heartbeat. If Luo Deke hadn't been quick to support her, she might not be able to accept this shock and sit on the ground. You take a look at this first, I will explain it to you slowly. Haha, Luo Wen took out 2 lucky bags from the cab. According to the preferences of middle-aged and elderly people, this time Luo Wen prepared the Emperor Green and eliminated the existence of the system, talking about his own research on jade and then the process of getting rich. As for the 2 huge final payments that followed, Luo Wen thought there was no need to talk about it anymore. Otherwise, with the stimulation of tens of billions, he was really afraid that his father would not be able to stand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Ending. Oh my, TSK Gixiang, did your Wen drive this car back at night? In the early morning, the chattering sisters-in-law and naughty children in the village gathered in front of Luo Wen's house. Luo Wen had finished his morning exercise and went to the villa behind. Yes, auntie, he drove back alone at night. They are all related, and there is no jealousy or weirdness. Ren Gixiang held a bench while asking Luo Deke to take fruits and snacks from the room to greet everyone. Anyway, Luo Wen has never treated his parents badly in these aspects, and his parents are not the kind of stingy people. This car doesn't look cheap. Is your Wenzi doing something big out there and making a fortune? Haha, how can I tell about his affairs? I just heard that he is doing something in partnership with someone. Anyway, as long as he doesn't break the law, we don't have to worry about him, right? Come on, everyone, eat, don't be polite. That's right, that's right. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Wenzi has been sensible since he was a child. He should be very reliable in doing things. Haha. The people left behind in the village are parents and the elderly, and then some little kids on summer vacation. At this time, there are a group of 7 or 8 children. To be honest, they are all Luo Wen's nephews and nieces, either the children of his cousin or the children of his cousin. The youngest of them is still babbling, wearing open crotch pants and following a group of older children to join in the fun. The oldest is only in the 6th grade of elementary school, only 11 or 12 years old. The older ones are either playing with their mobile phones at home or spending the summer vacation with their parents. At this time, they were holding snacks and opening their eyes with curiosity. They wanted to touch it, but their parents were watching over them and not letting them mess around. If the paint was scratched or something was damaged, it would be hard to say whether they would have to pay compensation or not, and it would be hard to explain to Luo Wen. But hello, yes, this is Luo Wen. You are almost here, right? Okay, I will wait for you at home. Luo Wen found a server supplier on his mobile phone yesterday and paid the full amount of 50 million directly. Otherwise, they would not have rushed to deliver the goods at 8 o'clock in the morning. It is estimated that they started to transfer and load the goods last night. Van, cabinet, server chassis, motherboard, CPU, memory stick, hard disk, network modem, synchronizer, power supply, 4 porters who came with the car, 2 engineers, a driver, plus Luo Wen also joined in. It took more than half an hour to finally move everything to the underground computer room reserved by Luo Wen. Mr. Luo, you really don't need us to be responsible for the installation? I will find a way myself. Your task has been completed. If there are any subsequent problems, I will solve them myself. The money has been paid. Do you have any other questions? A small village, a huge luxury villa, plus a young handsome guy with a warm personality and generous personality, also made the 2 on-site managers a little unsure of how to respond. Selling servers and hardware is very profitable, so their company provides a whole set of services to let customers choose their company. However, this Mr. Luo actually spent a lot of money just to buy hardware. He is not a rich second generation with money to spend. In that case, we will leave first. If Mr. Luo has any technical problems, you are welcome to call Lanpu Technology at any time. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The young man with glasses wanted to say something else, but the older middle-aged man pulled him and said a few words in his ear. Then the group turned around and got in the car and left. Brotherly, why did you stop me just now? The black Volkswagen was in front, and the driver was the older brotherly, Zhao Jiang, who was asking the question. Still couldn't understand what brotherly meant by let's go first, we'll talk on the way. Zhao Jiang, although Mr. Luo doesn't look very old, look at his villa, and look at the order in which he placed the equipment when he directed us to move things. He is not simple, nor is he a layman. If he can't do it himself, won't we be in trouble? Haha, Zhao Jiang, you are still young. Have you ever seen a private person buy so many servers by himself? This is basically a small computing center, and he paid first, and he didn't hold our balance. Isn't this our favorite customer? If he calls for help, won't we ask the boss to reimburse the travel expenses? Yes, the old ones are still the best. The customer has paid the money, since we have saved them a few days of work. Isn't this a good thing? Haha, I've learned a lot. Brotherly's words really opened my eyes. At 10 AM, Luo Wen looked at the neat cabinets in the underground computer room and the data stream flashing quickly on the splice display. He finally showed a satisfied smile in his eyes. Ding, the intelligent program has been loaded. Hello, boss, Xingchen reports to you. The notebook was connected to the terminal interface of the server through a data cable, and the Xingchen intelligent program, which took 10 minutes to upload, was finally transferred from the small and inadequate notebook to the new home of the computing center. Limited by the size of the underground computer room and the load of the 380 volt cable in Luo Wen's house, the current Xingchen intelligent brain has only moved from a small puddle to a small pond. In order to fully exert the full functions of artificial intelligence, it must be a supercomputer like Tony Stark, and even have to send its own communication satellite. Otherwise, how to ensure the communication and information exchange of the Xingchen suit on the blue planet? In the 100 square meter basement, with the sound of dripping, the power consumption per hour easily exceeded 100 degrees. This was only because the star had opened 20% of its power. If it was increased to 100% or even overclocked, it would easily exceed 1000 degrees per hour. This was not okay. Luo Wen did not want to attract the attention of state agencies and then come to investigate, wondering from time to time whether someone here had set up a private server and engaged in some illegal activities. A completely self-sufficient, or private, space was Luo Wen's top priority, and it was also the last retreat that Luo Wen felt had to do. The 4th level material converter, with a diameter of 5 meters, could not be placed in the basement at all. Even if it could be placed, it was not suitable for working at home. With the noise and heat in this computer room alone, Luo Wen could only use the wind array and the soundproof barrier to prevent the upstairs from being affected by it. Alas, the big villa that Luo Wen had been very satisfied with before, now when he looked at it again, he still felt that it was too small and lacked privacy. In the future, he couldn't stop people from visiting. If someone came in, they would definitely ask, "What is this? What is it mainly used for? Why is it so noisy inside? There is no sound outside?" In addition, power consumption is also a big problem. It's not that they can't pay the electricity bill, but there is a possibility of power outage. Then wouldn't the star be shut down? Oh, right. Don't I still have a 10% discount coupon? Luo Wen finally remembered the level 2 interplanetary battleship. Before going to the zombie world, he had been thinking about it and wanted to see with his own eyes. How exaggerated would the so-called level 2 technological civilization products be? However, Luo Wen, who went up from the basement to the first floor, looked at the empty hall. Although he had the urge to redeem the coupon immediately, system, open the personal panel, host, Luo Wen race, Human. Level 0 technological civilization carbon-based creature. Abilities. Strength 500. Ordinary person 1. Agility 500. Ordinary person 1. Stamina 500. Ordinary person 1. Spirit 500. Ordinary person 1. Maocean magic collection. Divine consciousness. 500 meters. Telekinesis. 5000 kilograms. Realm. Golden Core Realm. Maocean orthodoxy. Talent. Energy affinity. Gift from the system. Vitality. 1000 years trading points. 20,300 points storage space. 4 meters. Seeing that the trading point met the requirements, Luo Wen still felt that it was not appropriate in broad daylight. He forcibly suppressed the enthusiasm in his heart and decided to wait quietly for dark, thinking of going to witness the technological items that spanned the times in the middle of the night. Luo Wen actually knew very well that with the technology on Blue Star, it was impossible to detect a person who had applied the invisibility technique. Whether it was a satellite or a radar, they all operated according to the principle of electromagnetic wave reflection or optical imaging to achieve long-distance observation. As long as Luo Wen was invisible, he did not emit electromagnetic waves, and even life fluctuations, thermal energy reactions, and breath would be blocked by the spell. But he still liked night, because in his opinion, night was the best time to hide secrets and do some quiet things. Moreover, in order to hide the secrets of the system, no matter how careful he was, it was not too much. Now the furniture at home and the subsequent repairs of the backyard have not been done. Luo Wen has also found a new task for himself. He controls the spiritual power in the spirit gathering array to improve and adjust the growth of plants in the backyard. The mind senses the specific parameters in the house and then communicates with the star intelligent brain through wireless headphones, allowing it to calculate the layout of furniture and electrical appliances and then draw it into a picture. At the same time, the mind power performs various dazzling operations in the backyard, laying cultural stone paths, collecting building materials, cleaning up garbage, dead branches and rotten leaves. Make a big hole in the mountain, bury all the waste, and then burn it with spiritual fire, and finally fill it. Luo Wen alone, with half-hearted completion of the work that can only be completed by dozens of people. The underground computer room just now is also the same operation. Otherwise, why would the two computer engineers say that Luo Wen saved them a few days of work? As time passed, the sun rose higher and higher. Smoke and aroma of food wafted from every household in the village, and the backyard of Luo Wen's villa was also lush and pleasing to the eye. Luo Wen simply let the saplings he planted survive and change their growth rate. With the existence of the spirit gathering array, the whole village would change imperceptibly, and his villa would not be considered strange, even if people saw it by then. Chapter 117 Banquet. Crackling chirp. Chirp. On August 15th, Luo Wen kept his promise with his parents. He invited the chef of the mobile banquet, who is also the boss, to prepare 6 tables of banquets in the villa. According to this season, there are still so few banquets. The chef didn't want to come at first because the weather was too hot. Although 6 tables were for lunch and dinner, he was too lazy to earn this hard-earned money. But when Luo Wen asked for 10,000 per table, and it was indoors with air conditioning, the chef, with a small belly and a rich face, smiled and nodded and agreed. When he drove the van and pulled his stuff to Luojia village early in the morning, he found that the temperature in the whole village was obviously several degrees lower than that outside, and it was very refreshing and cool. He thought it was because the village was close to the hill and the trees were lush. Then he saw the brand new luxury villa and the large kitchen that combined Chinese and Western styles. He realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of operating this banquet. It was not too troublesome, but too easy. Moreover, the unit price was so high that it was equal to the profit of a big family's wedding banquet. Firecrackers rang and fireworks exploded. Aunts, uncles, grandparents, as long as they were free relatives, came to Luo Wen's new home to congratulate him on his move. The village was not big, and one table was full of children. Adults were represented by one person, and others would only attend the banquet in the evening. This was the rule in the village of Luo Wen's family. The banquet during the day was only for entertaining relatives of the family. The banquet in the evening was for the villagers and the Qi family. Apart from lamenting that Luo Wen had finally become a useful person and knew how to respect his parents, and praising him for taking care of his relatives in the future, the elders had no more requests. They had enough food and clothing in their lives, so they still needed Luo Wen's poverty alleviation, right? Huchan was the capital of Qianhu province, a large city that ranked among the quasi first-tier cities. The residents living there certainly couldn't live too badly. In Luo Wen's family, in addition to the younger uncle on his father's side, the older uncle was still farming at home, and in fact he was considered a half-skilled person. A younger aunt, who was older than Luo Deke, also married to a man on the street. The eldest cousin in the family ran a car repair shop, and now he was driving Luo Wen's car around the village. Ren Gixiang is the third child in the family. Luo Wen has an uncle, an aunt, and a younger uncle. Both grandparents are retired teachers. The relatives on that side are either doing business or have urban hukou and have their own work units. Compared with Luo Deke, their living standards are much better. Luo Wen's father is the youngest in the family. If it weren't for the 3 generations of poor peasants in his ancestors, there was a grandfather who was alive before. How could Luo Wen's grandfather like Luo Wen's father? In the turbulent times, intellectuals were not good. Later, grandparents died one after another. Luo Wen's family had no elderly to help. In addition to being trapped in the countryside, there was no other way out. Although Luo Wen's grandparents felt sorry for their daughter, they could not help her much, except thinking about her more often. Fortunately, Luo Wen's uncle and aunt, except that they looked down on Luo Deke, treated Luo Wen and Luo Wu very well. Every time I went to their house, I was well taken care of. It's just that Luo Wen is not good at studying, and Luo Wu is not that kind of material. However, the clouds have been cleared and the grandparents are relieved in their old age. They are happy for their daughter and proud of their grandson. Since the morning, Luo Wen and Luo Wu have been busy. They either drive to pick up people or use tea instead of wine, to thank relatives and elders for coming to congratulate them, and treat everyone to good food and drinks. It was not until late at night that Luo Deke and Ren Gixiang, who were exhausted, sat contentedly on the clean sofa in the hall, eating fruits and listening to the sound from the big screen TV, but their eyes kept looking at Luo Wu and Zhang Yu's faces. What to eat and what to drink are actually not the most concerned things for parents. Anyway, it is all handled by the eldest son Luo Wen himself. Everything is in order, and they feel that they can't do better than him. Xiaoyu, I didn't scare you today, did I? The elders in the family are all concerned about you and Wuzi, so don't take it personally. Haha. Ren Gixiang was comforting Zhang Yu, and her eyes were full of love for her. Luo Deke was sitting next to her, and besides a simple smile, he also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Oh, auntie, it's okay. Everyone is very enthusiastic towards me, I know. Her shy oval face was constantly flushed. Sitting on the large and comfortable sofa, she was still a little restless and nervous. By the way, according to our customs, this is your first visit, and auntie doesn't have any heirlooms, so I can only express it with a red envelope. I hope you don't mind it. As the saying goes, you can't refuse a gift from an elder, and Luo Wu should have greeted her in advance, so facing the thick red envelope handed over by Ren Gixiang, Zhang Yu also took it respectfully with both hands. In fact, whether the money is more or less, it is just a beautiful meaning. Besides, Zhang Yu secretly searched the protective jade pendant she received before on the internet. The blue jade, which is even worse than hers, is also a jade pendant. The auction house can easily sell it for hundreds of millions. She was so scared that she quickly took off the red string and put it in a small brocade box, thinking of returning it to Luo Wu the next day. But Luo Wu told her that it was given by his brother, and it was impossible to take it back. He also told her to wear it with her. Zhang Yu also hid the pendant deeply in her shirt and always took a look at it to make sure that it would not run away by itself. Thank you, auntie. Thank you, uncle. She was polite and took the red envelope handed over by Ren Gixiang. She also thanked Luo's father, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face. This made Luo Deke and Ren Gixiang cherish this future daughter-in-law who came to their door with great difficulty. Wuzi, what are you looking at? why don't you go help your brother and see what he is busy with in the kitchen at the back? You are so lucky to have such a brother who is so kind to you. You must listen to your brother in the future and respect him like you respect us. Hey, what are you talking about? When did I say anything bad about my brother? Okay, I'll go right away. With a daughter-in-law, the son's status has obviously plummeted. Unable to bear the stimulation, Luo consciously went to the back to find his brother to tell tales. Xiaoyu, don't leave for the time being. There are rooms on the second and third floors anyway. Didn't Woozy say that you have 3 days off? Let Wenzi fill the swimming pool with water tomorrow. The karaoke room downstairs, the magic machine, and the black room, all the things you young people like to play. Try them out. Okay, auntie. Brother, why is our mother like this? After I brought Zhang Yu back, she only recognizes Zhang Yu and doesn't recognize me as her own son. Ta-ta. Luo Wu, with an indignant look on his face, pretended to complain, while Luo Wen had just scooped the leaves out of the swimming pool. A group of children and his cousins went in to experience it, so they had to change the water and clean it up. As for the conversation in the living room, of course he witnessed it with his own ears, but he didn't have the status to interrupt without a partner. Qiuya has been looking for him to chat from time to time recently, but she was busy with work, so she didn't have time to come. I guess she was afraid that she didn't know how to deal with the situation today. As for Zhang Kan and Yihan, Luo Wen's car friends, Luo Wen also considered that they were about to take the 4th subject test. There were many people today, and he was afraid that he would not entertain them well. They were still young and thin-skinned, but they could not stand all the gossip, so Luo Wen said that when they got their driver's licenses, he would let them experience driving on the road in person, and then go to the village to enjoy the pastoral scenery. Hey, the water here is done. You go down and help me clean it. I have to take a good rest. Don't ask me about these. Remember to drain the water after washing, otherwise you can't play during the day. Hey, brother. Before Luo Wu opened his mouth to agree, Luo Wen had already gone to the basement. Children are all destroyers. Although parents are disciplining and warning them, in fact, adults are not playing cards in magic rooms, singing in karaoke rooms, or young people go to black rooms to play 5v5 games. Where can they have time to keep a close eye on the little brats? They were active by nature, and with Luo Wen's gold medal of nothing is wrong, of course, they ate with food residues everywhere, and played happily, and there was a mess everywhere. Except for the important computer room with fingerprint locks, other rooms were all poisonous. Only Luo Wen, a golden elixir monk with a good temper, could not clean up the mess. Even if the owner said that everything was fine, he would be unhappy in his heart. Luo Wen, on the other hand, had the facilities and rooms in his home equipped with solidification and dust removal. In addition to the excellent quality, he had nothing to worry about. Even if it was really broken, he could just replace it with a new one. He was always rich, as long as everyone was happy. Chapter 118 Coincidence. Oh, why is this car so fast? Woohoo. Yihan's face was nervous, and the excitement before had not completely subsided. As an ordinary working class child, she was still at home yearning for a wonderful college life. Suddenly, she met a gentle and handsome little brother. She thought he was just a good driver. As a result, holding the warm driver's license, the two walked out of the examination room together, only to find that Brother Wen was not only a car god, but also a tycoon with a huge fortune. At this time, when she sat in the high-end and atmospheric driving cabin, even the usually outgoing and lively Yihan didn't know where to start. Haha, don't be nervous. This car has a lot of horsepower. Don't step too hard, and relax your hands. The car has built-in driving assistant and lane tracking function. You just need to hold the steering wheel lightly, and it's less than 30 km/h. Don't worry, we are all wearing seat belts. It's okay. Luo Wen's mobile phone and the car all have Xingqian subroutines, which can take over the operation when necessary. However, these are all secrets, so Luo Wen didn't say it. Luo Wen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, spoke softly to ease the nervousness of the novice. He had demonstrated the operation with the two little girls, and saw them nod to confirm, so he changed positions. As for danger, This is a wide road with wide lanes. There were very few vehicles passing by on Monday. As long as you stay on the right side of the 2 lanes, what is there to be afraid of? Who hasn't transitioned from the novice stage? Besides, there is a monk sitting in the co-pilot. In this way, if someone still says it is dangerous, Luo Wen will have nothing to say. Hey, easy, just do as Brother Wen said. If it doesn't work, stop and adjust your state. We are really not in a hurry. Zhang Qian, whose face was pale, was almost doing a cross technique on herself. But at this time, her white and tender fingers were bulging with blue veins, and she was holding the seat belt on her chest tightly, as if she would never let go. But her big eyes and the little head with a bun were looking at Luo Wen's relaxed and indifferent profile, and the back of the chair where Yi Han could not see her figure, switching back and forth. She was also thinking in her heart, should she let Brother Wen guide her later? Eyeing from the main road in front of the examination room, they turned onto the rural road to Mingpun town. The lane markings were already blurred. It was a 2-way single lane. Although the space on the side of the road was enough for 2 cars to run parallel, Yi Han, who had gradually adapted and found the feel, suddenly began to get nervous at this time. Keep going straight on the main road, a total of 8 kilometers. The maximum speed limit is 60 kilometers. The navigation in the car was a gentle and quiet female voice, buzzing, and Luo Wen picked up his mobile phone at this time and answered it. Hey, Brother Wen, hey. Yi Han wanted to say something else, and at this time, his voice gradually became smaller. There were not many vehicles on the road, and the black X5 that had been turning on the double flashes had internship on its butt. The car behind in the same direction also crossed the unclear center line and overtook directly. There was no honking to urge the newbies on the road. It was not that the road rage disappeared, but mainly because the car was not cheap at first glance. They naturally became more elegant. Easy, slow down, wait until Brother Wen finishes the call before speeding up, Zhang Qian said softly. At this time, the paleness on her face gradually faded. She didn't even dare to open the bottle cap of the drink in her hand. She was afraid that, if she didn't take good care of it, Yi Han would drive Brother Wen's luxury car into the big ditch on the side of the road. Hey, Luo Wen, I'm Qiu. I just came back to the town from the city. Come and pick me up. I'm on the way now. It will take about 10 minutes or half an hour to get there. Can you wait a little longer? Isn't this a coincidence? Luo Wen sent Luo Wen Zhang to work in the morning. If he had known, he would have brought Qiu back with him. He didn't think much about it, or he just treated the girls as ordinary friends of the opposite sex. Therefore, he ignored the special situation of 2 little sisters in the car. Originally, it was said that it would take 10 minutes to get to the town, but according to Yi Han's speed, it would probably take half an hour to be safe. Oh, by the way, are your parents home? Qiu, who was on the other end of the phone, had a pretty face full of indescribable shyness and nervousness. She bit her rosy lips and asked carefully. She was actually very nervous. She was a little afraid that a sudden visit would make Luo Wen misunderstand her, and whether she had ulterior motives. However, the advice of a good friend was also very reasonable. If you meet the right person, of course you should take the initiative. You missed him last time, but fortunately, fate brought them together again. Of course, you have to grasp it well. What's more, a single rich man like Luo Wen, who is also so likable, shouldn't Qiu take advantage of the relationship with her fellow villager to get the moon first and wait for others to take the initiative? Don't worry, they don't live in the same house with me. They have everything at home. I bought food and drinks in the car today. You just wait at home for a while. Give me a location, and I will come to pick you up when the time comes. Haha, Luo Wen just thought that the more people there were, the more lively it would be. Besides, the house was also clean, and there was not as many people and hands as the day of the wedding banquet, and he couldn't take care of it. But when Qiu heard it, he is going to pick me up at my door? If the neighbors see it, won't it be heard by my parents soon? However, does this also mean that Luo Wen has a good impression of me? Qiu thought of Luo Wen's heartwarming behavior when she bought the car that day, and she even had a faint expectation. Oh, okay, then I'll wait for you at home. Qiu left the intersection in a panic. deliberately avoiding the station where she got off. She didn't want to be seen by her parents before things were confirmed. How embarrassing it would be. However, if the neighbors saw it, let them see it. It's better than standing here worried and scared. Kyuya originally planned to buy something, or a fruit gift box, but now she has given up the idea. Didn't Luo Wen say that his parents don't live with him? Oh, that's not right. He lives in his hometown in the countryside, so why don't his parents live with him? Could it be that his parents are doing business outside and don't go home usually? In Kyuya's cognition, Luo Wen's identity has always been a low-key and humble rich second generation. It's not just her. The colleagues who knew about it that day also had the same view. Otherwise, who would spend millions to buy a BMW? Thinking that Luo Wen was such a person, Kyuya didn't dare to ask too much, mainly because she was not familiar with him. Apart from brain supplement, she was still a very conservative small town girl after all. You drive this section of the road first, and I will pick up a friend later. It's just right, so you don't have to be too lonely. Squeak. A careless steering wheel was turned hard, but the driving computer, a string of characters quickly passed in the background, and the vehicle automatically returned to normal. I was scared to death. Brother Wen, did you make an appointment with other people? Yihan patted her chest, which was beginning to take shape, carelessly. Fortunately, Brother Wen did not blame me. Well, she just called me and said that she was back in town, so she wanted to come to my house to play. It's okay, she has a good personality, don't worry. Luo Wen was actually afraid that the two little girls would worry about safety issues. After all, they were going to the countryside, and their parents didn't know about it yet. Luo Wen asked them to send a voice message to their parents to say hello, but they said that, if their parents knew, they would definitely not agree. They would send a video to their parents when they arrived. Oh, so that's the case. By the way, Brother Wen, is he a man or a woman? Zankian, who was sitting in the back seat, also quietly pricked up her ears. One was to worry about unknown dangers, and the other was to be alert to other opposite sex around Luo Wen. I bought this car from her. You'll know when you see her later, haha. Luo Wen saw how they were fearless at first but now worried, and couldn't help but want to play a trick on them. Not everyone is like him, a good person with no ill intentions. Okay. Chapter 119. The sky is slightly blue. The slightly timid girl, out of trust in Luo Wen, or living in a peaceful society, has not experienced the relationship of darkness and turmoil. At least when Luo Wen was young, he often heard all kinds of bad rumors, and he always had such a deep memory of his childhood. The two have been far away from their usual range of activities, from the city to a town, and they are still without the accompaniment of a guardian. As students, although they are over 18 years old, they are still as simple as a blank sheet of paper. It's a pity that Luo Wen is not a bad guy with ulterior motives. Otherwise, two innocent and beautiful little white rabbits, most people would probably have wild thoughts. Brother Wen, is this Minquan town? Yihan and Zankian did not grow up in the city and never left home, but they usually went out with their parents and family. Unlike today, they need to watch the road by themselves and drive by themselves. Well, we used to be rich in tea here, but unfortunately it has never developed into a brand. Now it is less famous. Let me do it. The location she sent is not on the main road, and we have to turn. Zankian, I will accompany you to practice driving after we get home, okay? Brother Wen, just make the arrangements. The girl in the backseat always blushes so easily, and Luo Wen also speaks a little more gently, for fear of scaring her. Fortunately, the half an hour that Luo Wen and Kyuya said at the beginning did not exceed. Instead, Yihan quickly found the feeling, and it took less than 20 minutes for them to drive smoothly from the city to the town. The two were ready to exchange positions. The little girl sat in the main driving seat and looked quite decent. As a result, when she opened the door of the cab, she raised her legs to walk down and seemed a little confused. Click. Little girl, your seatbelt is not unfastened yet. Excited. Yihan's personality is carefree compared to Zankian, while grinning. While pressing the seatbelt buckle, and then hurried to the back seat. Zankian, How is it? How is it? My driving skills are not bad, right? Ah, you are about to scare me to death. And, haha, but, Yeezy must be good at driving. The two little girls who are like sisters are playing and fighting in the back seat, and Luo Wen pressed the seat memory button, otherwise he would be stuck again. Luo Wen has memorized the location sent by Qiu before. This is Mengquan Town. There are only a few streets in total. Of course he can't find the place. Boom, lightly press the accelerator. The black X5 drove into the fork in the road, smoothly and extraordinarily comfortable, and in front of the car is a residential area next to the market street. Creak, creak, rows of 3-story buildings, many of which probably heard some rumors, so they added the 4th floor a long time ago, and above them are rows of stained, or reflecting solar water heaters. In Luo Wen's memory, it seems that many teachers in the town's middle schools and elementary schools live in this area, but according to his status as a poor student who is not noticed by others, it is impossible for him to communicate closely with the teachers, or get private guidance and care. When Luo Wen was studying, his family was not well off. It is said that many parents at that time would privately find substitute teachers to make up lessons. Luo Wen didn't know whether it was true or not. Click, click, whoosh. Gently shaking his head, he eliminated those past thoughts from his mind. Today is different from the past. Everyone's situation is very different. There is no need to be hard on the teachers who used to love their jobs and treat everyone equally. Using the full keyboard on the phone screen, Luo Wen edited the message and sent it to Qiu. I'm downstairs at your house, number 71 Qiu. You can come out now. Haha, outside the one-way transparent privacy glass, the neighbors who heard the sound of the car outside all poked their heads out. There were children, middle-aged men and women, and grandparents of the children. It was summer vacation, and it was obvious that this group of people were unemployed at home, focusing on taking care of the children. Luo Wen suddenly had the illusion of being scrutinized, which made him feel somewhat unnatural. I'll go downstairs and wait for her. You guys just sit in the car. Click. The expensive luxury car stopped at the door of the old Qiu family. Could it be that they came to visit their relatives? But I don't think I've ever seen such a car. Or did Qiu find a boyfriend who was rich and had a good family? The neighbors who were watching the scene were bored at home and wanted to see the excitement. Especially the neighbor. The old Qiu family had an unmarried young lady. Of course, they were also thinking about when they could have a drink at their wedding, so as to add a bit of joy and fun to their dull lives. Oh, wow, this young man is so handsome. They thought that the male stars on TV were all made up. Unexpectedly, the word sunny, calm, generous, handsome, and extraordinary can also be applied to a young man who only saw him at first sight. Click, click, a series of light and rhythmic high-heeled footsteps sounded, and the dark green aluminum alloy security door was opened from the inside. Haha, Luo Wen, you are here. How come you are here so quickly? Didn't you say half an hour? Qiu was choosing clothes and applying makeup at home, just like the most authentic verifier of women dress up to please themselves. It was hot outside, and the clothes she wore when she came back were also stained with dust and sweat. She changed into a yellow dress again, and changed her high heels into medium-heeled sandals. Unexpectedly, Luo Wen drove the car downstairs without notifying her in advance. You are dressed so beautifully, people who don't know you would think you are going on a date, to meet your blind date. Swish. Qiu's cheeks were originally slightly red with excitement, and at this time, they were directly flushed all over the sky. She smiled and frowned, and a shy and beautiful picture appeared in front of Luo Wen. At a distance of less than half a meter, Luo Wen could even clearly smell the fragrance of the girl and the echo of her thumping heartbeat. Am I just making small talk and causing people to misunderstand for no reason? Are you ready? We can leave now. We. Aren't you here alone? Oh, Qiu's face was suppressed, not letting her discomfort show. I don't know if she was sad, or jealous, or a little sad. Could it be that Luo Wen, who was still in contact with him a few days ago, has ended his single status? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I learned to drive before, and I met two little sisters. They grew up in the city, and have never experienced the rural environment. So to celebrate their getting their driver's licenses, I brought them here to see it. Do you mind? Little sister? Not a girlfriend. Huh, I was scared to death. No mind, wait for me, I'll get my bag, and we can leave now. Qiuya's mood changed, and the smile on her face became natural. She turned around, and walked towards the coffee table in the living room. Click, click, the hem of the skirt just reached the knee, making the smooth and slender cut shine delicately, but the color was a little wheat colored, not as white as Luo Wen. The simple stiletto sandals make the feet and toes show the elegant and lovely scenery of women. Luo Wen's eyes were immediately retracted. He was not a guy with any special fetishes. It was instinctive to take a look, and controlling himself not to take the initiative. To take a second look was his principle. Click, let's go. Haha. Pulling out the key from the door, there was actually a Pikachu hanging on it. Under Qiuya's mature and intellectual appearance, does she have such a childlike side? Haha, interesting. Oh, okay, ladies first, do you want to sit in the front or the back? Xiao, are you going out? Haha, Qiuya, who felt a little guilty, or was startled by Aunt Wang who suddenly walked out of the door, used a smile to cover up her inner panic, and casually responded to Aunt Wang's teasing eyes. Yes, I'm going out with my friends, and I'll probably be back in the afternoon. Oh friend, is it your boyfriend? A meaningful question made Qiuya's face blush again. Okay, auntie understands. You go. It's okay to come back late. I will explain to your parents. Haha, before Qiuya could explain again, the slightly plump middle-aged woman waved with a smile on her face and told them to hurry up and go out. Luo Wen smiled and nodded to the enthusiastic aunt who was going out as a greeting. Qiuya and him were just friends who had just met, and Qiuya didn't mean to introduce them. There was no need for him to take the initiative to approach her to please her, right? The relationship had not reached this point yet. As for the boyfriend and girlfriend he joked about, Luo Wen could understand it. Which of the older generation doesn't like to tease their younger generation with this? Oh, Aunt Wang, don't talk nonsense. He and I are just ordinary friends. Qiuya was obviously explaining to Aunt Wang, but the corner of her eyes was secretly paying attention to the subtle changes on Luo Wen's face beside her. Smile? No objection, no explanation. Yeah, that's great. It seems there is a chance. Qiuya suddenly became confident at this time. She originally planned to sit in the back seat, but she directly opened the door of the co-pilot, as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Hello, sister. Seeing that there were really two childish girls in the back seat, she was even more confident at this time, and her face was generous. With the attitude of mature big sister, she turned her head and greeted the little sister in the back. Hello, I'm Qiuya, nice to meet you. Chapter 120 Deepening Understanding. Boomyi Han and Zhang Kan were full of beautiful imaginations about Luo Wen, who had extraordinary abilities and an extraordinary image. They thought this was the beginning of the so-called love. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this was just the budding stage of unrequited love. Moreover, Luo Wen had no extra thoughts about them other than sisters. He was 25 years old and had experienced two different worlds, which made his already precocious mind even less likely to accept the love of a little girl. Luo Wen drove very steadily, but the atmosphere in the car was very subtle. Qiuya, who was also a girl, could clearly feel that the two little sisters behind her were releasing hostility and vigilance towards her, but she was very confident, because no matter from experience or from her figure and appearance, she had enough confidence to be fearless of the challenge of these two opponents. Of course, everything is uncertain now. They all have the same identity, that is, friends who want to get to know Luo Wen better. As for whether they can go further, it will take time to witness. Before they arrived at Luo Wen's house, they still had to maintain their own beautiful image of living in harmony. They didn't want to leave any bad impression on Luo Wen, otherwise they would be inferior. Luo Wen's extraordinary temperament, extraordinary figure and appearance, as well as the confidence and calmness that people can feel all the time, are just many superficial factors. In fact, even Luo Wen himself is not very clear. Energy affinity is a growing talent. The stronger Luo Wen's strength, the more attractive and advantageous he is, the more he will be infinitely magnified. Not to mention that girls will have a good impression and yearning for him. Visual animal is reasonable. Not to mention Luo Wen's generous, gentle and sincere attitude towards others. As long as Luo Wen goes out more and interacts with other creatures more, he will find that men and animals will naturally want to get close to him. Just like a beautiful landscape painting, everyone wants to let down their guard, immerse themselves in it, and experience and enjoy it carefully. Luo Wen, who is blessed by the golden pill, is always full of spiritual power, and the breath around him makes people feel comfortable and relaxed, which is enough to make people or animals who have experienced it linger and subconsciously want to stay by his side. With a creak, Luo Wen has moved from the old house to the new house, but his parents are used to the old house below. No matter how Luo Wen asks, they are unwilling to come up, always saying let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. But every day, cooking and eating are always in the new house upstairs. After all, relatively speaking, it is still a big kitchen with complete supporting facilities, which is more suitable for Luo Wen's mother to perform. In fact, Luo Wen cooks more often. Who made him cook so much now? He always wants his parents to enjoy life. After working hard for most of his life, it is his turn as a son to honor them well. There is a spacious open space in front of the door, without steps, nor the kind of artificial arrogance, but with a slight tilt angle, and a forward porch to prevent rainwater from flowing back into the house. The rice drying in the open space instantly turned the luxury house into a down-to-earth house. But the door was locked, as if no one was home. We are here, get off, haha. From the town to Luojia village, the road is widened with cement, and the journey only takes about 10 minutes. Luo Wen opened the trunk, while greeting the girls in the car to get off. In his left hand, he carried 2 large bags filled with fresh fruits, and in his right hand, he carried vegetables and meat, which were also heavy. Luo Wen had long been accustomed to his parents' behavior. As long as he was not at home, they would not sit still, just like drying the grain. It was estimated that at this time, they went to the vegetable garden again. He clearly said that the open space in the backyard was for growing vegetables, but the 2 old people refused, saying that growing vegetables at home would have a smell, and they had to run to the other side of the road and clean up the abandoned vegetable garden. Wow, Brother Wen, your village is so small, but the environment is really good. How come I still feel like the air conditioner is on in the car after getting off the car? So cool. Yi Han cheered and jumped for joy as soon as she got off the car. Seeing the simple and modern villa, she was even more unbelievable. How could there be such a beautiful house, and it was connected to a small hill, and located in the middle? Luo Wen, let me help you. Haha, Qiu Yap, who was smiling, was very conscious, and seemed to have expected that Luo Wen's family was very wealthy. The villa in front of her was in line with his rich second-generation personality, but didn't the parents say that the rice was drying at the door? Didn't the neighbors bring it here to dry? Are they on good terms, or are the villagers bullying Luo Wen because he is weak and powerless? Brother Wen, we're here to help you too. The 2 little girls, not wanting to be left behind, also walked to the back of the car diligently. They were wearing the same white sneakers, with only 1 pink and 1 sky blue lace decoration. Compared to Qiu Yap, who was wearing high-heeled sandals, they looked more like they were dressed for work. No, just help me open the door, I'll take it again. The trunk was full of things, and none of the bags were light. They didn't think that Luo Wen was so confident that he could be compared with him just because he looked relaxed, did they? Ouch, it's so heavy. A bag was filled with meat. Qiu didn't pay attention, and she almost collapsed her thin waist in the trunk. In addition to the 2 large bags of snacks, there was also a large bag of vegetables, which looked slightly lighter. The others were either clearly marked with a weight of 20 kilograms, or were even more daunting. Haha, they each lifted the weight they could bear, and then looked at Luo Wen. He was agile, and had walked to the gate along the path specially left by the grain drying field at the door. Click. Luo Wen just showed his face, and the spherical camera installed on the door head turned, and then the door lock was opened. These are for outsiders to see. The real artificial intelligence Xingqian can exchange information in real time through Luo Wen's mobile phone and the car's intelligent subroutine in the car. to obtain Luo Wen's real location. Oh, we are here. Luo Wen had dozens of kilograms in his left hand and dozens of kilograms in his right hand. It's not that he can't hold on, nor is he unwilling to put the things down for a while and then open the door. But they only took food, and there were still a few people who were embarrassed there. He was also thinking about diverting their embarrassment and attention. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Luo Wen finally took the people to Luo village, and the things in the car were also sorted and placed in their respective places. There is a refrigerator in the kitchen, with 4 doors and large capacity, and there are 2 of them. The cold drinks, fruits, and snacks that need to be kept at low temperatures are all placed in different areas of one refrigerator, and the other is for vegetables and meat. The seasonings are put in the cupboard, and the rice is at home. Living in the countryside, if you still go to buy rice, the uncles and second uncles around will not agree. The garage door is temporarily blocked by rice, but the door is very spacious, and there is an old sycamore tree planted before, so you don't have to worry about the sun burning the car paint. Besides, the entire Luo village is shrouded in the protection of the gathering spirit array. The air is moist and cool, just pay a little attention, and don't stand outside in the sun. It's really big. Isn't Brother Wen's house too luxurious? Of course it is. This is not a real estate development. Advertising and marketing account for the majority. He also needs to make money. The land cost is also a problem. Unlike Luo Wen's villa, the land is just some procedural costs and can be ignored. Although part of the 12 million construction cost is to speed up the construction efficiency, in fact, the cost performance is still very high, and the money is spent on the house itself. More importantly, the renovation and supplement of the backyard, as well as the electrical appliances and furniture in the house, were all adjusted by Luo Wen himself with extra effort and money. If it were a decoration company, I'm afraid they would have to charge Luo Wen more than 10 million. Sister Qiu Yap, how did you and Brother Wen know each other? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the 2 girls are most concerned about Qiu Yap, who is like a formidable enemy to them. I met him a month ago. By the way, how old are you this year? You look like you're just in college. 1 on 2, Qiu Ya responded calmly. Just kidding. She has been working in sales for several years, but she doesn't have this kind of aura. How can she survive? In terms of momentum, Yihan and Zhangkan certainly can't suppress Qiu Yap, who is full of royal sister style. At this time, the real situation was revealed again. They were even more at a loss. Hey, aren't you here to visit? There is nothing to pay attention to in my house. Everyone is free to look around. Oh, the machine room downstairs is noisy, so I locked it. You can enter other rooms at will. Luo Wen finished his work in the kitchen and turned back to the living room. As a result, he found 3 women who seemed to be in court. They didn't watch TV or look around curiously. What are they doing? Do they have a grudge? Oh, haha, this isn't the first time we've met, so let's get to know each other. Come on, I haven't really seen what the villa looks like. How about we go take a look together? Okay, Sister Qiu Yap, let's go. We'll go too. Yihan and Zhangkan quickly reached a tacit understanding with Qiu Yap, and it was the kind of tacit understanding. They put aside their grudges for the time being, and went to the 2nd floor with a smile on their faces. They had just taken a brief look at the 1st floor, and couldn't help Luo Wen, so they sat in the living room. Click, click, hey, what's wrong? There's an elevator here. Oh, you can take the stairs if you want. The 3 girls, each with their own thoughts, were stunned at this moment. In their understanding, the entire villa was built in the countryside, with a total of 3 floors above ground. How could they have thought that there was actually an elevator? This is really a rich man. Chapter 121. Time flows like water. Oh, Brother Wen actually has a swimming pool at home? Huh? Really? In the hot summer, in an inland city surrounded by swamps and lakes, it is humid and hot. If there is no air conditioning, those girls who love beauty really don't want to go out of the door, otherwise they will sweat and stink. In addition to wild swimming or spending money to go to the water park, the daily operation of the people in Lake City is to stay in the cool and go out less, and always have old popsicles at home. Rich people, of course, go around to escape the summer heat, travel around the mountains, and play in the water. Environmental discomfort has never been a problem for rich people. Unfortunately, rich people are only a minority. For the former Luo Wen or the three girls now, suddenly seeing the huge swimming pool in the backyard is really a big surprise. But, easy, we didn't bring swimsuits. Are we going to soak our feet? Haha, what's the big deal? I'll go to town to buy swimsuits and bring 2 sets for you. Or you can come with me. Qiu and the 2 little girls were lying on the balcony railing on the 2nd floor. At this time, it seemed that the gap between them was gradually disappearing. It seemed that they could see from each other's eyes and behaviors that neither of them was a scheming and vicious person, so they quickly changed their positions. This is not good, right? Zhangqian is relatively introverted and relatively conservative. Maybe she doesn't know whether she should accept Qiuya's kindness. And in Luo Wen's house, several people playing in the water in swimsuits. How embarrassing is that? Oh, Sister Qiuya doesn't care. So what are we afraid of? Yihan's little hand touched Zhangqian's slightly flat chest, and her eyes were full of teasing. Ah, annoying. Zhangqian, who was about to hit her, seemed to understand what Yihan wanted to express. That's right, whether it was Qiuya or Yeezy, they should be more careful than her in terms of figure. It's a coincidence. Why not go early? How about we go now? Oh, okay, let's go. Let's go and borrow Brother Wen's car now. The 3 women were moved and didn't plan to continue to visit the house. Only Luo Wen lived in it, and he liked simple style, so basically there was nothing else to see. In the new house, there was nothing but minimalism and advanced, and there was not even a children's photo album. It was really boring. Click, click, the 3 women ran upstairs in a hurry and ran down in a hurry. Luo Wen helplessly let them do what they wanted while he was preparing lunch in the kitchen. It was getting late, and his parents would probably be back for lunch. After lunch, the 2 old people would return to the old house, lie on the recliner in the living room for a nap, and then go to work at 3 in the afternoon. This happened every day, and they formed their old habits again. Luo Wen, lend me your car keys. We want to go to the street to buy something. You have a swimming pool. Why didn't you tell us in advance? We were not prepared at all. Really? Qiuya was shy, with a shy look on her face, but her tone of voice was generous, as if she didn't think playing in the water in a swimsuit would leave any bad impression. It should be a good impression, right? The key is on the shoe cabinet at the door. Come back quickly. We'll have dinner soon. You didn't ask me. Are you cooking? What else? Oh, Brother Wen, you really surprise me. The 3 of them didn't say anything more. They couldn't help Luo Wen cook at this time because they were not good at cooking. They were all young ladies at home. They could do some other simple housework, but when it came to cooking, such a big thing, parents had to step in. They turned around quickly, put oil on their feet, and drove away. Qiuya was wearing high heels, and the 2 little sisters had just received their driver's licenses. Who was driving the car, or did Qiuya change into the shoes of the little sister she just met? Luo Wen couldn't care about these. He just faced the empty kitchen with residual body fragrance. Xingchen, pay attention to take over the driving of the car at any time. Ding, the command has been confirmed. I'm here. Boss, please rest assured. Boom choke, squeak. In the kitchen, the aroma is fragrant, and the high temperature makes the food more tempting. What is burned is not natural gas, but biogas, which has been filtered and purified multiple times. Anyway, it is all gas, and has no smell. Luo Wen doesn't care how these fuels are produced, and he doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. The food and vegetables we eat, which one is not grown from the residue and mud? Cutting vegetables, frying vegetables, flipping the wok, whether it is the heat or the taste, or the knife skills. For Luo Wen, who often exercises his body control ability and persists in practicing, it is a simple thing. Otherwise, Rengixiang would not have entrusted the power of the kitchen to the next generation of bosses, right? Hey, Wenzi, didn't you say that a friend came to play today? Why didn't I see anyone? And why is your car gone? Rengixiang and Luo Deke, who were carrying hose and shovels, each put a towel on their shoulders to wipe sweat, and a sun hat on their heads, and an empty 2-liter kettle in their hands. After putting the things beside the big tree at the door, the two of them took a towel and dusted off their bodies and then walked into the clean and tidy new house, looking left and right, except for the son who was busy cooking in the kitchen. Where is the shadow of other people? Alas, I don't know when the eldest son can bring back a girlfriend for them to see. Don't always bring back some male colleagues and make them happy for nothing. Wash your face. Wash your face. Wednesday knows everything about his affairs. Why do you seem to be worried about him every day? Luo Deke was next to the well in the backyard, calling Rengixiang to come over to wash her face, change shoes and rinse her feet. It was a sink that imitated the old style, but the laborious joystick was replaced by a comfortable faucet. Alas, as a father, you don't care about Wednesday's lifelong affairs at all. You can only interrupt me with jokes. He is 25 this year. Alas, it seems that it is not allowed. He will not be 25 until his birthday on the Double Ninth Festival, right Luo? As Rengixiang was talking, Luo Deke successfully diverted the topic. Through the window, Luo Wen also shook his head helplessly. Look at the time. It's almost an hour. Why haven't they chosen what to buy yet? Ding. A notification message suddenly popped up on Luo Wen's mobile phone screen. Boss, they are 50 meters away at this time and are expected to arrive home in 15 seconds. Haha, Xingqian artificial intelligence brain is not only smart, but also very perceptive. It knows how to be flexible and will adopt different forms of communication in different environments. Creak, squeak, bang, bang, the car brakes and the door closes. A burst of crisp and pleasant laughter also rang out from outside the door. Hey, Luo, is there someone coming? Oh, it can't be Wen's friend. Compared with Luo Wen, who was calm in the kitchen, he was carrying the cooked dishes and putting them on the dining table in the living room, preparing to eat. Rengixiang and Luo Deke, who had cleaned up in the back, were very eager to go through the back door, the corridor, the living room, and appeared at the front door. The expectation in their hearts finally became a reality. Oh, this time it was not a male colleague, but a girl, and there were 3 of them at once. That is to say, with Wen's appearance, it is impossible for him not to bring back a girlfriend. However, this time there were 3 pretty girls. Rengixiang had a satisfied smile on her face, but she was in a dilemma. You know, the law of Xia country stipulates monogamy. She really didn't know which one to choose. The 3 girls were laughing and making noises. Qiuyuya was wearing white sneakers, which should be Yihan's. She was carrying a pair of stiletto sandals and a handbag. Yihan and Zhangqian showed their white and tender feet, each wearing a pair of cute flip-flops. They were also carrying a small plastic bag, and the things inside were probably not too big. However, 2 middle-aged people with smiles suddenly appeared at the door. They are not Luo Wen's parents, are they? Haha, hello, auntie, hello uncle. Hey, hello. Although the traces of sun and wind on the 2 people's bodies have faded a little, they are traditional farmers at first glance. They look amiable, and people can find out from their eyebrows and eyes who Luo Wen inherited his facial features from. The 3 of them quickly corrected their attitudes and stepped forward to greet politely. Mom, Dad, it's time to eat. Don't stop them from coming in. Blame me, come in, haha. As long as Luo Wen can bring a girl home like Luo Wu, Rengixiang is happier than hearing that she won the lottery. While greeting the beautiful and lovely guests into the house, Rengixiang and Luo Deke complained to Luo Wen casually, saying that he didn't say hello to them in advance, so that they ran out without cleaning up and embarrassed them. Mom, they are just friends I know, who came here to experience rural life. Don't think wrongly. Don't. It's better if you think wrongly. Kid, guests from far away are all guests. What's wrong with me being a little more welcoming? Rural people treat guests like this. What do you care? Okay, I was wrong. Let's eat first. In front of his mother, Luo Wen not only showed no principles at all, but also tried to please her in every way. However, Rengixiang seemed to be very pleased with this. After hearing this, she did not point the spearhead at him again, but turned her eyes back to Qiuyuya, Yihan, and Zhangqian. Don't mind it. My mother prefers girls. It's a pity that my brother and I are both sons in the family. Let's eat first. We don't mind. On the contrary, we think auntie is very kind. Haha. Chapter 122. Happiness is always short-lived. Delicious. Delicious. Even better than my mom's cooking. Yihan grunted, unlike Zankian, who was still a little shy and didn't dare to let go. In fact, according to Zankian's personality, she would never dare to go to a strange man's house alone. Fortunately, Yihan, who grew up with her, took her to do many firsts in her life. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing. Look at your little arms and legs. I really don't know if you have never eaten enough since you grew up. TSK 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 TSK. Although Rengixiang is also a scholarly family and the joke, it can be barely considered that Luo Wen's grandparents are both teachers. But due to the era, she is a good farmer, plowing the land with a cow, carrying rice, and carrying things. It's true that young men today may not be able to compare with her. And Qiu Yap, Yihan, Zankian, these skinny little girls who can't lift their hands and shoulders, really make her feel a little bit uncomfortable. Don't say they have never done heavy work, their bodies are very slender. Take Luo Wen for example, his arms are thinner than Luo Deke's. After all, times have changed. Many labors that could only be done manually before are now done by machines. This is because Luo Wen has worked in factories and everywhere. If it were city dwellers, those adults who have never done heavy work would probably be worse than Luo Wen. At 1 PM, Rengixiang and Luo Deke, who usually eat for no more than half an hour, sat down with a few pretty girls and chatted for a while. After eating the fruit that Luo Wen had cut and served, they were no longer excited and left a little sleepy. During the meal, after chatting with the three girls, Rengixiang finally understood that what Luo Wen said was true. The two girls with tender faces were only 18 years old this year. It didn't matter if they were young, since Luo Wen was only in his early 20s. The key was that they had just been admitted to university and still had to study. This was not okay. Waiting for 2 years, 2 years later, didn't matter. But if these two girls wanted to study for a master's degree or a doctorate, then I don't know when the eldest grandson of the old Luo family would be born. Qiu Yap, who was mature, steady, and spoke properly, was still good. She had a good figure and good looks. The key was to see what she meant. It seemed that she had a good impression of Wenzi. Well, I had to ask him when I had time to see what Wenzi thought. Luo Wen, why don't your parents just rest at home at noon? Why are they going out? Seeing Luo Wen's parents say hello, pick up tools at the door, and walk to the cement road, Qiu Ya finally asked the doubts in her heart. It turns out that Luo Wen is not a rich second generation. What a big mistake. So, whether Luo Wen buys a car or builds a house, it is all his own money, all based on his own ability? Oh, thinking of this, Qiu Ya's heart is getting more and more hot. Only when you really step into the society and work, can you experience the hardships of making money. Without family background, and no connections, you want to start from scratch, unless you are filming a TV show. But the TV shows dare not make such an exaggerated story. Oh, this old house in front is also ours. My parents are used to living downstairs. They just come up to eat every day. They don't want to come up at other times. Qiu Ya said that she couldn't understand, and her face was full of surprise. Could it be that Luo Wen is one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes? But how is it possible? When they were honoring their parents at the dinner table just now, none of the three of them could see any element of acting. So, what was the reason? Three girls who grew up in the city, or at least grew up on the streets. It was no wonder that they couldn't understand the behavior of Luo Wen's parents. Luo Wen actually knew very well that his parents lacked self-confidence, or in other words, they were used to being farmers all their lives, and suddenly they were asked to live in a villa and lead a leisurely retirement life like city people every day. They couldn't adapt, whether in terms of habit or in their hearts. They would feel awkward. Luo Wen could understand such helplessness, and he couldn't force his parents to move in. As for the comments from the outside world, he didn't care. He just thought that he would slowly use time to change his parents' old ideas. Plop, hey, Yeezy, you're here again. Wearing a conservative pink one-piece swimsuit, Zhang Qian was knocked off the air mattress into the water by Yihan, who was diving. Yihan was wearing a cute floral split swimsuit, showing off a good figure for her age. Haha, you don't play in the water, just lie on it, how boring. Splash, the two splashed in the 1.2 meter deep pool and played with each other. Qiu Yap, who was lying on a simple swimming chair, didn't say how open she was. It was just a light yellow high-waisted swimsuit. However, Luo Wen, who walked into the backyard, could see this hot and mature girl at a glance. Luo Wen was wearing colorful boxer shorts, with his muscular upper body naked. He walked into the backyard with a few glasses of homemade watermelon juice and a plate of fruits and biscuits. Come on, eat something. Well, not to mention Qiu who was hiding her face under the parasol. Yihan and Zhang Qian, who were having fun in the water, also swallowed their saliva unconsciously, not because of the food and drinks Luo Wen was holding, but because of his smooth and charming white skin and perfect body without any fat. Food and sex are also part of human nature, not just for men, but also for women. Among the three girls present, only Zhang Qian could compete with them in terms of whiteness and tenderness, while Yihan could only be said to be fair with a good figure, while Qiu was a healthy wheat color with the hottest figure. Brother Wen, how did you get such fair skin? Yes, can we touch it and feel it? It was not envy, but jealousy. Luo Wen was used to wearing long pants, and sometimes even a loose long-sleeved shirt. Besides, as girls, they had not known Luo Wen for a long time, so how could they know what Luo Wen looked like under his clothes? While the two girls walked out of the 20 square meter pool onto the non-slip floor, which was made of soft rubber, so they were barefoot, and did not worry about their delicate skin being hurt. At this time, several people sat in the small pavilion, their eyes full of curiosity, and their movements were even more eager to try, with an impulse to touch and feel it. Luo Wen instantly had the illusion of a sheep in the tiger's mouth, but as a big man, how could he be afraid of a few delicate girls? Ahem, you guys eat and drink first. If you feel it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. I'll go down and swim to laps first. Ta-ta, plop. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? Luo Wen stood up and accelerated. A graceful arc flashed past. Luo Wen was like a swordfish entering the sea, diving into the swimming pool, without any splashes. In order to take care of the safety of several petite girls, Luo Wen drained some of the water. Otherwise, he usually added water to 1.6 meters. TSK. What a pity. If I had been faster just now, I might have touched it. Yihan shook her little head, with a look of regret on her face. The bun was a little messy at this time, making her look lazy and real. Are little girls nowadays so bold? Qiu actually wanted to get started, but how could she ask like this? She should get started directly. Alas, what a pity. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the three girls were in the outdoor changing room next to the swimming pool, changing their clothes, and putting on shoes and socks. The two little girls insisted on leaving their flip-flops here, saying that they didn't need to bring them next time, since there was room for them anyway. It was divided into two compartments, one for men, and one for women. Not only were there cabinets for clothes, but there were also hot water and toilets, which made it convenient for people who play in the water, so they didn't have to run to the house to find a toilet with water on them. Time has passed so quickly. I didn't even feel it. How come the sun went to the house in an instant? Yihan, who was still unsatisfied, muttered to herself, and Qiu, who looked helpless, and Zhang Qian, who looked unhappy, probably felt the same way. Have you packed up? I'm sorry, Qiu, these two little girls ran away secretly. If I send them back too late, their parents might call the police to arrest me. Luo Wen just went into the water to avoid their claws. After they gave up the idea, he got out of the swimming pool and sat on the reclining chair on the rubber floor, chatting with Qiu. His clothes were dried at that time. At this time, while they were changing clothes, he was dressed neatly and had the car keys in his hands. It's okay. I'm only taking a day off today. I'll come back next time I have a holiday. Brother Wen, when can we come again? That depends on whether your parents agree. I also prepared the ingredients for the barbecue, and the karaoke room in the basement is also turned on. Who knew you guys would play in the water until now? Huh. You have a karaoke room at home? Now, the three girls were all reluctant, and it was directly written on their faces. It was a pity that Luo Wen had no say in the matter, so they had no choice but to move their feet and walk out, looking back every few steps. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Taking the Blame. The three girls were tired from playing and were reluctant to leave once they got on the bus. However, 10 minutes later, Qiuyuya was sent home. The two little girls waved goodbye reluctantly. After all, Qiuyuya helped them pay for the swimsuits and slippers they bought today. It was not that they did not have pocket money, but the boss lady did not accept mobile payments and insisted on cash, saying that mobile payments would deduct handling fees, and it was not worth it for her. Naturally, only Qiuyuya, who was carrying a bag, paid for them. It was this incident that allowed them to establish a friendship and became good friends who actively exchanged WeChat accounts with each other. Bye, Qiuyuya. Bye, Yeezy, Zizi. Luo Wen, thank you for your hospitality today. I'll contact you later. Okay, chat back. Boom, the accelerator was lightly pressed and the engine roared. The black X5 left the residential area. Luo Wen was also a little panicked, as if he was afraid of being caught in the act. It was such a strange feeling. He obviously did not do anything bad. Luo Wen originally planned to listen to some music, but in the rearview mirror, he saw two little girls who had fallen asleep with their heads tilted. He had to retract his finger that was stretched out to click the screen. He turned up the temperature and turned down the air conditioner. The two little girls were almost hugging each other to keep each other warm. Luo Wen didn't dare to really catch a cold, otherwise their parents would blame him to death. When they were chatting over video today, Luo Wen repeatedly promised that he would send their baby daughter home safely. If it weren't for Qiuyuya's help in explaining, Luo Wen would have been in a state of panic. Alas, he originally said that he would teach Zhang Qian how to drive, but he didn't have time. Oh, by the way, he also said that he would give Qiuyuya a gift to witness their friendship. However, this seems to be a little different from Zhang Yu's situation, right? What if Qiuyuya misunderstood? I just regarded the protective jade token as an ordinary little thing, but what if she thinks it is of great significance? Then, do we need to think about these two little girls again? Luo Wen scratched the back of his head, and he was a little bit hesitant to make a decision. Whether it was a villain or an enemy, Luo Wen had always been decisive in killing. He didn't even have the patience to say one more word. But when he returned to the main world, he got along well with friends of the opposite sex. Instead, Luo Wen was a little tricky and hesitant. Luo Wen didn't want to show off his wealth, nor did he send gifts everywhere to provoke innocent little girls. He just felt that meeting was fate. In the world of ordinary people, who doesn't have a little disaster or illness or unexpected misfortune, it's too late to regret, so he gave them a layer of protection in advance, which was also his best intention. Time passed quietly in Luo Wen's entanglement. The sun gradually sank into the mountains, and the sunset glow also became red. Time soon came to 5:30. Creek. Across the street where Luo Wen signed up for driving lessons, two middle-aged couples were standing anxiously at the intersection. They stretched their heads and looked around, as if they wanted to find their daughters in the passing vehicles. Old Yi, is this the car? Yi Han's father and Zhang Qian's father are very good friends, and they happen to live very close to each other, so the two families have very close contacts. Zhang Qian and Yi Han are like an extra daughter in each other's family. Perhaps, if they were not both daughters, their fathers might have arranged a marriage for them. However, who would have thought that the two little girls, who have always been well behaved and obedient, said that they would take the 4th subject test today and then go shopping and eat with their classmates to celebrate, and said that they would go home very late. They didn't care, just thinking that the two little girls knew what was going on, and they were indeed looking for classmates and friends. Who knew that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they appeared in a villa in the suburbs, with a swimming pool and a neatly trimmed garden behind them. Not to mention, the environment is really good. Wait, these are not the key points. The two little girls are so bold that they dare to act first and then report, and secretly run to someone else's house as guests. Moreover, for a villa of this size, I'm afraid the owner's background is not that simple. What if it is the kind of rich second generation who specializes in playing with ignorant girls? Then they will be heartbroken. The young man who appeared in the camera was handsome and tall, which undoubtedly deepened their worries. Although his face was full of sincerity and he apologized repeatedly, he didn't look like a bad person. But the old couple who received the video at that time still asked Luo Wen to send the two girls back immediately. But the two little girls were unwilling to go, begging and explaining that Luo Wen was a friend they met when they were learning to drive, and the coach also knew him. But old Yi didn't care about that. What explanations and fun, in front of the safety of the two daughters, all had to give way, until a slightly older beautiful woman appeared, who was an urban beauty with social experience, told them their current address, and repeatedly assured that she would help take care of the two little girls. Old Yi half believed and half doubted, and agreed to let the two little girls stay there as guests, but also agreed that they must be sent back before dark. It seems that the woman at that time took a picture of the license plate, right? Hoo-la-la, the anxious parents of both sides surrounded them. They were afraid that this guy driving a luxury car would step on the accelerator and take their precious daughters away. Yihan, Zhang Qian, wake up, your parents are here to pick you up. Luo Wen was helpless. He had told the two little girls to say hello to their families before going out, but who knew that they would be tricked by them? Now that he saw the aggressive people in the rearview mirror, his mouth was bitter. I'm not a bad guy who traffics girls. They fooled me too. However, the fact had already happened. Luo Wen had no choice but to call for help while opening the car door, and took the initiative to walk out of the driver's seat. He just hoped that their parents would not come up and beat him up. Click, bang, hey, boy, where's my daughter? Yeah, where's my Zixi? The hot-tempered man. This one is obviously Yihan's father. Even if they haven't watched the video beforehand, Luo Wen can easily distinguish. And the other silent man, it was the woman next to him who was kind and elegant, revealing intellectual elegance, who spoke first. It seems that Zhang Zi was born in such a family environment, otherwise she wouldn't be so shy and timid. Luo Wen appeared in front of both parents, with a temperament like a big TV leader. No, even more, unfathomable, but approachable. This is really unusual, especially when such momentum appears in a young person, which makes them put away the violence and anger accumulated in the afternoon. The key is that this Luo Wen has indeed been confirmed by Yuji, Yihan and Zhang Zi. He met him at the driving school. He is not a young man in society. Now Luo Wen has kept his promise and showed up here early before dark. This is also the main reason why both parents decided not to bother with him for the time being. Uncle, aunt, I really didn't think it through. I should have said hello to you in advance. The two of them are in the car. Don't say anything about them when you go back. You should stand at attention when you are beaten and take the initiative when you make mistakes. Although Luo Wen is not to blame this time, he is not the kind of person who makes excuses when encountering problems. Ah hey, Dad, Mom, why are you so nice to come and pick us up? Dad, Mom, Uncle Yi, Aunt Zhang. Yihan, rubbing his eyes, greeted everyone with a smile, while Zhang Qian's face was nervous, as if she was frightened by the frost on her mother's face. You silly girl, you're still laughing. You're so heartless that you'll suffer sooner or later. I still have your dad. Who dares to let me suffer? Zixi, you scared Mom to death. Are you okay? Zhang Zi's mother asked rather implicitly, but as experienced people, they already had the answer in their hearts. The two little girls were snoring in their sleep. Apart from being nervous, they were all happy and had fun. How could they be bullied or have the things they were worried about happen? Uncle, aunt, it was indeed my fault this time. I didn't expect such a big misunderstanding. If you have any emotions, you can come to me. The two little girls are just playful. You just need to teach them slowly. Oh, this matter was discussed by me and Zixi. It has nothing to do with Brother Wen. We were wrong. We shouldn't have sneaked out to play without saying hello to you. We know we were wrong. Yihan blinked secretly, constantly hinting Zhang who bowed her head to admit her mistake. Fortunately, she accidentally looked up and received the signal. Mom, Dad, I know I was wrong. Next time I will ask for your consent before going out. Forgive us this time. Two girls who have reached the age of the 18th of may be adults who can make their own decisions in the eyes of some people, but Yihan and Zhang, who are well protected, are obviously not in this group. In other words, which of those girls who are forced to adult does not have sadness and suffering behind them? Alas, you. The parents of both sides are, in the final analysis, more afraid and worried than angry. Nothing bad happened this time, and their daughters have grown up and are about to leave home to face the university campus of the small society. Sooner or later, they will need to face this society on their own. At least, today's Luo Wen is a very good friend. Next time, don't do this, otherwise Dad's heart will be broken sooner or later. Zixi, did you hear that? Zhang and Yihan's parents finally understood the situation. In fact, it was right, otherwise their daughters would not have been recognized by Luo Wen. Young man, your name is Luo Wen, right? Well, auntie, if you have anything to say, please speak. Among the four adults in the group, Yihan's mother looked like an ordinary housewife, and mainly Yihan's father, who seemed to be the head of the family. Zhang's father, on the other hand, was the kind of person who was not good at speaking. He wore glasses and just stroked his daughter's back, letting her mother speak. Your family is well off, but the car you drive is not something that working class people like us can afford. Zixi and Yeezy are still students. I just hope you can spend less time with them in the future. Mom, Auntie Wang, how can you decide for us whether to associate with Brother Wen? Don't talk, I'm doing this for your own good. Oh, I see. Sorry. Luo Wen was not trying to owe anyone anything. He just thought the two little girls were very cute and had simple personalities, so he got close to them. Since their parents were not very willing, he just agreed to them and nodded slightly. After taking another look at the two unwilling and misty little girls, Luo Wen turned around, got in the car and left, without any hesitation or further explanation. Chapter 124, Clouds and Breeze. Wu Zixi, do you think Brother Wen doesn't want to see us anymore? I don't know. If it were me, after being blamed by our parents today, I'm afraid he wouldn't want to care about us anymore. Lying on their respective beds, they let the two little girls reflect on themselves and stop thinking about staying together to discuss and make trouble. It was just before 8 o'clock in the evening, and they were not in the mood to eat. They were each holding a tablet, sending the latest developments to their comrades in arms who had shared hardships. Mobile phone. The mobile phone was taken away temporarily, and they could only communicate through the tablet now. As for Luo Wen, was he really angry? Opening the car window, driving fast along the lit national highway at night. The maximum speed limit was 70 kilometers. Luo Wen did not exceed it at all, and he did not have the slightest intention of cancelling the cruise control. What was he doing? Wouldn't it be faster to go home on the rural road? Why did he take a long detour and run to the national highway? The night was as cold as water, especially in the blacks of driving at high speed. After taking away the remaining smell of several women, it also took away a bit of unhappiness in Luo Wen's heart. Resentment? That's not the case. The reason why he took a detour was to obey the instructions of the star. He was testing the tractor beam distance and locking limit of the star battleship. His unhappiness was just that he had never had a stranger other than his parents say such cold and blunt words to him. If it were someone else, Luo Wen would definitely give him a lesson, but this person was Zhang Kan's mother? Oh, forget it. He actually didn't care. It was just a natural emotional reaction. Boss, the actual data has been collected. I don't know what kind of punishment the two little girls will receive when they go home today. Oh, it makes me look like a big villain. Who did I offend? It's really interesting. Boom. Lightly tap the brake and release the cruise control. Looking at the time displayed on the screen, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Luo Wen turned the car around and started driving towards the village. It was almost 9 o'clock when I got home. The solar street lights on the cement road in front of the door were automatically lit, like guards waiting for night passers-by. In front of Luo Wen's house, the rice drying and the sun had been cleaned up long ago, and even the dust had been blown clean. Luo Wen thought about it, and knew that it was something that only his father could do. Luo Wen had done many jobs in the past, and had picked up many tools, and left them in his hometown, such as a powerful hair dryer, not the kind for blowing hair, but for cleaning the computer host. The overall layout of Luojia village is two rows, built under a low hill. Luo Wen's new house is the first one on the hill, and his parents' old house is the first one in the row below. The architectural style here is generally to build a floor in front of the door without a courtyard. In other words, the sanitation in front of the door needs to be kept clean at all times. Otherwise people passing by will say that the people in this family are lazy and not diligent enough. A cement floor of several dozen square meters, plus a section of flush cement road, is very difficult to sweep. Even every household always has a big broom made of bamboo strips for this purpose. But Luo Wen's father, however, has a keen eye for talent. He picked up the socket, connected a powerful hair dryer, and swept the yard. It was so clean. Beep, beep, beep. Luo Wen backed the car into the garage. The electric door was under the intelligent control of Xingchen. When he got out of the car and walked out of the garage, he came to the gate. Creak, creak, click. The garage door closed automatically, and the gate of the villa also lit up and opened. Luo Wen took a step without any pause, opened the door, and walked into the empty living room. Seeing the empty house, Luo Wen guessed that his parents had gone back to the house downstairs to sleep. He walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, his parents left dinner for him. The heat lamp of the rice cooker was still on, and there was a plate of warm leftovers inside, half of which was shredded pork with green peppers, and the other half was stir-fried chili with bamboo leaf stems. Under the steamer, there was rice. A warm current arose in Luo Wen's heart. The existence of home is really the best cure for a person who always feels lonely, not to mention Luo Wen, who misses the family atmosphere very much. Although he is used to living alone, and has developed an independent and self-reliant character, isn't all his strength just to be able to better protect his parents and enjoy the warmth of being cared for at all times. After eating, cleaning up, and restoring the house to its best state of comfort, Luo Wen went up to the third floor, started to wash up, and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. His room is a room with a glass skylight. In fact, the master bedroom is set on the second floor. However, Luo Wen likes this room that can see the night sky, so he left the second floor vacant. Maybe after getting married, this room will be left to his children. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Luo Wen finally took out his mobile phone, intending to see if anyone had sent him a message before entering meditation. This may also be a bad habit developed by modern people. Originally, he had corrected it in the zombie world, but as soon as he returned to the main world, he picked it up again. Buzz buzz buzz. Luo Wen is used to setting the phone notification to vibrate, which is also to facilitate his thoughts and not be interrupted so easily. The red dot in the corner occupied the top few of the call list. Luo Wen, are you home? A smiley face expression. This is the first message sent by the contact at the top. The time is 5:30 PM, and the contact note says QIUya. Why haven't you gone home yet? I've already finished dinner and been interrogated by my parents. It only takes me half an hour to get to the district. Did you have any problems? The second sentence was at 7 PM. QIUya's words suddenly became a little strange, and between the two sentences, there was a message that a message had been withdrawn. But, Luo Wen, are you okay? Why haven't you replied to my message yet? As she was reading, a new message came in on her phone. It was still QIUya. Click, click, sorry, my phone is usually on vibrate. I just came back from outside. I'm fine. Luo Wen's reply seemed to have no relevance at all. The key point was that it didn't reveal a sense of concern or sincerity like QIUya did. It was just like a formulaic answer to a question. Oh, then I'm relieved. I had a lot of fun today. Thank you. I hope we can come again next time. The girl on the other side replied very quickly, basically no more than 3 seconds. Yeah, Oklahoma. Good night. QIUya would add a corresponding emoticon pack after each message she sent. Now it was a little man covered with a quilt. Good night. Returning, exiting the chat box with QIU yap. The second one below was a chat group. A new chat group that had not existed before. The group name was Wenje's Little Fangirl. Wenje, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother. She shouldn't have made such an excessive request. The pitiful dynamic emoticon picture, sent by Zankian. Wenje, you won't be angry with us, and won't play with us in the future, right? The same tearful expression, sent by Yihan. Half an hour has passed. Brother Wen, are you really angry with us? Woo woo. No, I would have listened to you, Brother Wen. There are a lot of chat records in it, basically apologies, then begging for forgiveness, and the performance of the little girl who cares about Luo Wen's feelings and thoughts, and the last message was 3 minutes ago. I guess the two girls thought Luo Wen didn't want to pay attention to them, so they were autistic and distressed, right? I just got home. It's okay. Your parents are doing this for your own good. When you grow up a little more, you will understand your parents' good intentions. Brother Wen, have you forgiven us? This is a voice with a crying tone, and the sender is Yihan. We were scared to death. We thought Brother Wen was going to break up with us and block us. No voice was sent, but Zankian's emotions at this time can be felt. She must be very excited. Go to bed early. It's already 9:30 in the evening. I'll visit you at your school when I'm free later. During this last period of summer vacation, you just stay at home and accompany your parents. Okay. After comforting the two girls, Luo Wen looked up at the night sky, not knowing what he was thinking. His eyes couldn't find the focus. The stars were obviously higher up, but his gaze was locked on a position 1,000 meters in the air. However, apart from the hazy night sky, there was pitch black up there. There was nothing there. Chapter 125 Star. The starry sky at night, apart from those night flights, is only left with the blinking little stars that often accompany people to sleep. 20 years ago, Luo Wen remembered that the stars were very bright and clear, but with the process of industrialization and urbanization, the stars have grown hair, and the air is not so clear and clean. And with his extraordinary perception now, and his meticulous spiritual sense, what is attracting his attention at an altitude of 1,000 meters? Dust. Obviously not. The shielding field generator, at the energy level, shields electromagnetic signals and all reflected waves of itself. Compared with optical stealth, radar wave reflection cross-section and so on, the effect is completely incomparable. To put it more simply, it is the star. Luo Wen also numbered it with the number 1 on the paint. This planetary class battleship with a diameter of 1,000 meters can be completely invisible. Whether from the optical level, or the blue star monitoring satellite, monitoring radar, there is no possibility of discovering the star. Luo Wen had been there before. While it was dark, he spent 20,000 transaction points, and used the 10% discount coupon. In a deep mountain in the wilderness, there are many such places around Luojia village. His home is considered to be the suburbs of Lake City, not in a crowded city. What's more, Luo Wen also took the array-based jade card and arranged a large protective barrier in advance to avoid various accidents. The spherical battleship with a diameter of 1 kilometer is really a monster. Luo Wen, who witnessed it with his own eyes, had his heartbeat instantly jump to his throat. However, the entire battleship is not a fully equipped spacecraft as Luo Wen understands it. In addition to the nano-alloy structure of the ship, the main guns and secondary guns that come with the factory, the basic functional modules, and the control center and the bridge, there is no other gift. A quantum computer inhabited by weak artificial intelligence. Although it is called a computer, its main body is a room with a super large crystal and electron beams dazzling super sci-fi picture. The quantum computer is at the core of the battleship, and next to it is the battleship's core energy generator, which uses antimatter to provide energy for the entire battleship, drive energy weapons, and maintain the operation of the functional modules of the entire battleship. In addition to these necessary beggar configurations, it is basically a naked ship that needs Luo Wen to act, such as intelligent combat mecha, near-ground landing vehicle, attack aircraft, transport ship, maintenance robot. None of these are equipped. Looking at his remaining 300 trading points, which are only enough to buy an engineering robot, Luo Wen is crying without tears. Fortunately, after Luo Wen upgraded the intelligence of the star to the quantum communication interface in the control room, it fused with the artificial intelligence of the battleship. No, it should be said that it evolved. The new star became more intelligent, or perhaps it is more like a human brain that never gets tired. Moreover, quantum computers are not only larger in size than Luo Wen's computing center matrix, but also have a computing speed that is many times faster, directly killing it. The top supercomputer cluster on the blue star is the island country's Fugaku, which has about 44.2 quadrillion floating point operations per second. The quantum computer of the star battleship is not expressed in this unit, but is divided into levels. Those below the planetary level are called micro-level, which are generally used as central computers for large experimental institutions. Above the planetary level, there is also a stellar level, which is the central brain of the second-level technological civilization, and can allocate all computing tasks of a civilization. The computing speed is billions of times faster than that of the supercomputer on Blue Star. The second-level technological civilization will be equipped with different types of artificial intelligence according to different scenarios. There is no delay, and no need to wait, and you will get the answer you want. The quantum computer on the battleship is already a super black technology product that transcends the times. If we compare the capacity of information storage, this is actually represented by a precise number. For example, including all the storage media currently in use on Blue Star, the data in it is about 45 ZB, which is converted into the size of a home hard drive, which is about 48.3 billion TB. The carbon crystal medium that comes with the quantum computer, although the entire quantum computer is only a cube with a side length of 10 meters, is much smaller than the supercomputer center on Blue Star. However, the unit of data storage is based on MB as the starting unit, and the planetary class battleship has a storage capacity of 100 MB when it leaves the factory. If it is not enough, you can also purchase storage modules to expand the capacity, and each 100 MB is sold at a price of 20,000 transaction points. In other words, if Luo Wen did not have a 10% discount coupon, his transaction points would only be enough to buy a data storage module. 1 MB is 1024 BB, 1 BB is 1024 IB, 1 IB is 1024 ZB, so 100 MB is about 2.38 billion times of 45 ZB. Luo Wen thought it was enough. After all, in the previous computing center, he only used 10 8TB server hard disk arrays. He didn't know how to use 100 MB when he suddenly changed his guns and got a 100 MB. If he used it to install learning materials, how much would he need to install? Gilu. On the star, in addition to the quantum computer and the star intelligent brain, the most noteworthy thing is naturally the energy generator, a completely vacuum isolated battleship heart protected by super nanoalloys. The maximum output power per second can reach 100 cosmic energies. One cosmic energy can be represented by a nuclear fusion reactor running for 1 year. And the nuclear fusion reactor is also the representative technology of the first level technological civilization. Breaking through the limit of one universe energy, or being able to produce and utilize antimatter, there is a foundation for promotion to level 2 technological civilization. The star was exchanged in cruise mode, turned on the anti-gravity generator, and floated above Luogia village. The antimatter fuel that comes with the factory is enough to guarantee its full power output for 1 year, that is, combat mode. If it is in cruise mode, just start the anti-gravity engine or the conventional antimatter power engine. There is no need to replenish antimatter within 10 years. Of course, if the curvature engine or the energy main gun is turned on, it is another matter. Luo Wen searched the price of antimatter for planetary battleships. Based on a full replenishment, the price is 20,000 transaction points. Therefore, Luo Wen only let the battleship float above his head. He was just watching, and it was useless. However, he soon remembered another thing. Luo Wen got up from the bed, walked out of the room, passed through the corridor, and came to the large terrace on the 3rd floor. Xingchen, turn on the tractor beam. Luo Wen cast an invisibility and condensation technique on himself. In the air, a wave of invisible and intangible optical fibers disturbed the air and directly enveloped Luo Wen's body. His body actually began to rise slowly without wind, and then accelerated. The tractor beam is not a transmission beam. Luo Wen searched for transmission beams in the system mall. It is a black technology that only a level 4 technological civilization has. Whoosh beep, beep. The night sky, which was obviously empty, suddenly opened a mysterious entrance of 1 meter long and 1 meter wide at the bottom. Luo Wen looked up and looked at this hangar passage, and his heart was still beating wildly. If all were opened, it would actually be a 20x20 meters entrance and exit. However, Luo Wen was alone now, so the 1 meter thick nanoalloy quickly unfolded, revealing only a small entrance that allowed him to pass through. Click, click, the lights are on. The entire huge hangar has nothing but solid silver white walls and a huge hangar platform that closes automatically. The hangar is at the bottom of the battleship. Each platform is 20 meters high, with a total of 10 floors. If the battle armor and attack aircrafts are fully replenished, it is enough to accommodate a standard space fleet of 100,000 people. The largest space in the middle, in addition to the material warehouse, life support system, and various processing workshops, is mostly the living space for personnel. On the upper level of the battleship, at the top are various detector modules and communication modules. Below is the bridge control room, and then down are the combat command center, emergency response department, combat research department, escape floor, laboratory. According to different functions, there are different anti-gravity elevators running through various departments, and there are also upper and lower hierarchical structures. The height of each floor is also different. The lowest warhead hangar is about 20 meters high. Some special buildings and facilities will run through the upper and lower floors, such as the core cross main keel. There are also energy generators that rely on the keel to better conduct energy and ensure better stability of the energy generator. However, at this time, apart from the self-luminous walls, there is only a small lonely figure standing in the bottom hangar. Luo Wen was thinking about something, and there was metal crawling under his feet, as if it had its own will. It automatically formed an anti-gravity shuttle with a surrounding handrail, which lifted Luo Wen and quickly went to the nearest elevator. Soon, Luo Wen, who was pulled into the interior of the warship in 10 seconds, moved for another half a minute. Under the guidance of the Star Intelligence Brain, he appeared in the military laboratory on the upper floor. System, receive the level 4 material converter. Bang. On the solid nanoalloy floor, a smooth sphere with a diameter of 5 meters immediately appeared. Swoosh, a blue light circle lit up on it, which should be the gravity sensor, that started working automatically. After slowly rising to a height of 10 centimeters above the metal floor, the blue light went out, and the entire silver-white sphere was motionless. All products produced by the system seemed to have this color tone. Luo Wen liked it anyway, so he gladly accepted it. Xingchen, establish a data link. Let me see if this matter converter can produce antimatter. Boss, the link has been established, and the function has been taken over. Enter the antimatter fuel data and start converting. The command has been confirmed. Please put in the basic raw materials. Beep. Click. The flawless iron ball suddenly opened a hole, a bit like the big mouth of Pac-Man, but this instrument is just horizontally open, and there are no cables or parts inside. It is just a smooth hemispherical structure, which should be hidden. Think about the warships of level 2 technological civilization, all of which are made of nanoalloys. Under the control of the central computer, they can automatically combine into different functional modules. Not to mention the black technology of level 4 technological civilization. Who knows what principle of dimensional folded space is used in it? Otherwise, the conversion of matter, with a diameter of 5 meters, is a bit unbelievable, no matter how you look at it. Haha. Lifting the nanoalloy operating table in the laboratory, it weighs only 500 kilograms. Just like a long computer table, under the control of the Star Intelligence Brain, it melted into a sphere, and Luo Wen carefully put it into the conversion chamber. Beep. Weight 500 kilograms. Conversion of antimatter fuel begins. Estimated time 6 hours. 250 kilograms of antimatter produced. Please pay attention to collect it in time. The level 4 material converter actually issued a sound prompt in the air. Is it based on the principle of vibrating the air? Boss, this method has been confirmed to replenish the battleship's fuel. Congratulations. Haha, the battleship only needs 500 kilograms of antimatter fuel at a time, which means that he can collect as much as he wants at any time in 12 hours at most. I'm such a smart guy. Luo Wen is now laughing wildly, no longer restrained as he was on the ground, because starting from here, no one will disturb him, and no one can stop him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.